Night Knot, Lacrimosa, 1 a.m. The echoing pitter-patter of 4 webbed feet and the slithering of a moist body sliding through a vent. A long, 6-foot black salamander plops to the ground of a bakery floor and begins to scavenge the room. A long tongue pierces a glass casing and begins to dig around for a meal, dripping acid from the tip. Just as it begins to collect its meal, the sound of glass shattering is heard from the front of the store, followed by a soft panting as claws hit the ground. The temperature begins to drop as the salamander stops and begins to backpedal towards the vent. A flash of white fur tears over the front counter, hearing the movement, and a tussle starts. A tornado of flicking tongues and claws begin hurtling around the bakery. Eventually, with a few quick stabs, the salamander manages to retreat out of the vent, where the ball of fur is unable to fit through. In a fit of rage, the air begins to crackle, and a burst of cold covers the bakery, flash freezing the area. An inch-thick layer of ice covers the entire bakery. The creature jumps back out of the broken glass window and continues to pursue its prey. Let's jump in with the other hunters. Hello.
What?
Um,
I'm surprised to hop into a call this time that isn't.
Oh, you missed them. Don't worry.
I jumped in just in the right time, I guess.
Yeah.
Y'all excited for your second hunt?
Ooh.
very.
Especially now that I have everything figured out.
Mhm.
Excellent. It is about 7 o'clock in the morning when all of you get called in to Middle Tower. You gather around the Middle Tower lobby just as you normally would, and Candace rolls out the blackboard once again. Alrighty. The Banker's Bakery in Night Knot just handed in reports of acidic burns and skewered goods in their shop. Signs that would normally relate to a dire steel-tongued salamander, based on reports from the guild. These are fairly common and range from about a 1-star to a 2-star monster. But there was also a light coating of ice over everything in the kitchen. Like the whole room had been flash frozen or something. This isn't typical steel-tongued salamander behavior, or really anything that we've seen one do up to this point. Now, it's entirely possible that it is some sort of mutated steel-tongued salamander. However, we don't think it is. Thankfully, thus far as we know, there have been no reports of actual personnel being injured, no civilian casualties yet. But we fear that whatever is out and about is a little bit more dangerous than the steel-tongued salamander. This would normally be a 2-star mission, but we're leaning towards labeling it as a 3-star since we don't have any real information on the target other than this sheet of ice. Information gathering will be particularly important in this mission, so we know what we're dealing with, and we can know if it is, well, perhaps too dangerous for us to deal with, if we need to call in backup. Thanks
you keep
to...
saying the target. Are you sure it's not 2 targets?
We're not sure. We're not sure if it is a steel-tongued salamander and something else, or some sort of mutated one. But all of the signs point to there being one of these salamanders in the situation in some way or another. However, something hunting one of them would have to be larger and, frankly, quite a bit stronger than them. They're known for their slipperiness and capability of defending themselves despite being a scavenger. Also, thanks to M here, we managed to pick up word that small sites of this ice have been seen in a few of the alleys of Night Knot since the report was first given in this morning. We have the address of the bakery here. It'll be a good place to start, and then sort of fanning out from here might be your best option. But you are all the now experts of this situation, and of course I will leave handling this to you. Is there any questions thus far?
Night Knot's actually fairly close to here. I mean, all things considered.
Side comment. You think it could be tasty? The salamander, I mean.
I mean, monsters generally aren't eaten by people. It is abnormal, judging on how some of them operate. But, I mean, it could be considered a delicacy. I've never heard anybody any actual person trying to eat a steel tongue, but perhaps. Any other questions?
No. Just looking at the map and trying to see if there's a river nearby in Night Knot.
No, the river goes through the eastern side of the city. Night Knot's on the west.
Interesting. Salamanders are typically amphibious. So what we're probably looking for is sewer monsters.
Well,
You say
there
spewer?
there is
Sewer.
a sewer that runs uh, under
Oh,
Lacrimosa City, so that is also highly possible if one came up from there and worked its way from the coast. It is sort of where everything uh, dumps out, is far end of the coast by the bone docks.
okay. This is Candace, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think it
Typically,
chose the bakery because it smelled good?
um, maybe that, maybe because it's warm, but salamanders also, I mean, all amphibians rather fall asleep when it gets cold, and there was ice. So I'm really wondering how we are. It just seems very bizarre to assume that this would be an amphibian
It's
or
probably
a
just a
salamander.
mutation, like Candace said. Like,
Yeah. Could be a mutation of a different thing that has a similar attack pattern, though.
Well,
Well, I'm gonna go get my raincoat and some rain boots because I'm thinking I'm gonna be in the sewer for a part of today.
probably not too terrible of an idea.
Be in the library reading up on steel-tongued lizards.
Miss Everbright, thank you very much. We'll be in contact. And with that, Mr. Sun goes to change his attire.
Yes, of course. I look forward to hearing back hopefully positive things from all of you. And with that, I want you to roll me some plus weird as we do sort
uh,
of a flashback.
yeah, I was gonna also
Yes.
ask something just as a general thing because the thing I got, the mystical library thing I have,
Mhm.
is that something I have to spend a whole period of time saying I'm doing, or is that just something I can like do and have another action during that time slot as well?
That would be something that you essentially spend an entire like
Okay,
segment
just
doing. Yeah.
just a
You
quick, okay.
can also do, I would say, while you're doing that, you could probably do some investigative mystery or something,
Okay.
as
Yeah.
you read through your texts and stuff. But
Yeah. I
yeah.
just make sure. All right. Do I need to send the deed well, or is it just the rolls?
What was that?
Do I need to send the detail of the role I'm doing, like the description of my ability, or is it just the rolls?
Send that and then do the roll, just so we can have it.
All right. Default, no bonus. All right, that is a
Excellent, excellent, excellent. That
excellent.
is a full success.
Good.
A detailed vision of something bad that is yet to happen. You see, you can't really tell where you are, but you can assume by the streets that it is somewhere in the midst of Night Knot. Perhaps an alley, perhaps one of the side streets. Night Knot itself is a fairly busy, compact area. Think like sort of the heart of a city where it's lots of doors, very compact, vertical. A lot of the buildings there, rather than being sort of your usual suburban 2-story, 3-story houses, there's apartment complexes, other smaller shops and home-owned businesses that sort of scatter the streets. Um, and you are in the middle of one of these alleys, and you see a bright white ball of light, and somebody in front of you. You can't make out who it is, and you see this bright white light start to expand towards this person. And then you wake up. That is what you managed to see this morning before immediately getting called in.
You might have said it. I might have missed it. Did you say what time of day it looked to be? Like, did it look to be like would I be like not like specific hour, but like could I tell like was it fairly dark out or does it seem to me like
It
more
was
like
definitely
noon?
getting darker out.
Okay. Just, yeah, you said this is around when I also would have been woken up to get called down, right?
Mm.
Yeah, I
Yes,
just
that is
kind of,
what you see right before you get a sort of knock on your door.
mhm, yeah, I just kind of open my eyes, realize as usual that I got maybe like 2 hours of sleep. Uh, seeing my bed fully still made as I am not sleeping at it. I'm just on the floor surrounded by books, and I just open my door and head down for the day. Probably sleeping in what I was gonna wear for today anyway.
Alrighty. And the
Um,
flashback to present. What do you all want to do for your first action?
well, Nightnaught's not too far from here, so if we wanted to, like, we could obviously start the bakery if they're open, but it's also fairly early.
I will
Um,
say that the bakery itself, just so you guys have sort of a frame of reference, is just to the northwest of the bureau. So it is sort of to the northwest, in between the bureau and the wall, sort of uh, in the middle of that
okay.
area. So
Yeah. Um, but yeah, I mean, so, Mr. Sun, you said that you think we're going to need to be heading to the sewers. So you said you're going to prepare for that. Um,
If it's a salamander, it's amphibious, so it needs to be near water.
um,
Z wants to investigate the bakery.
yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the bakery is a definitely a good place to start. Like as Candace told you, like from the research I found, like there is some stuff that showed up in the alleyways, but not knowing, like it got into the bakery somehow. There's probably an entrance that it came through that we could probably find. The alleyways probably connect to it as well in some way. So I think the bakery is definitely our best bet.
I entirely agree. We should definitely start at the scene of the known crime. Um, I'm just preparing for the worst case.
Going to the sewers is the worst case scenario for you.
The worst case.
I'm in a fitted suit. You ever trudge through sewage in a suit?
No, I tried to do sewage in this.
I ideally never want to work against a aquatic based creature because being human beings, we are very much at a disadvantage when dealing with something that can be in the water. So I know
Agree.
I mentioned it to my companions during the last hunt, but I was worried that we'd be working in something in the lake at the park. And now I'm worried, like usual, I just plan for the worst case, and that's having to fight something in the water.
I mean, it shouldn't be the worst. We have people who seem capable enough of getting up close to things, and the sewer shouldn't have too deep of water. It shouldn't be too big of a concern.
Uh,
Do you spend a lot of time in the sewers?
Who, me?
Yes.
Not a lot of
Sometimes.
time. I've been in there occasionally.
Mr. Sun
Noted.
raises an eyebrow at that statement.
There, as I said, sewers connect to a lot of places. It's a fast way to travel.
Uh-huh. Anyway, speaking of fast ways to travel, I do have a truck that can fit, well, everybody in the back. I'll be bringing along one of my agents who will be patrolling in it, and then driving to us if called upon, as well as being able to drive anything that we find to Middle Tower to be investigated. That way we do not have to leave.
I'm sorry, you said you're bringing someone else?
Yes, Miss Vega. She is a former police officer, we'll say. And she'll just be driving around, prepared for us to call on her if needed.
Is there a
Oh,
good place where I can look up research on these steel-tongued salamanders?
Best place would be either the guild or um, in the back with Sarah in the back of Middle Tower. Both have a fairly thorough group of records, but guild is probably your best bet, but it's farther away.
Didn't
Feel like I would probably go there, since I don't. Enlil doesn't pick up things too well at a crime scene.
yeah, I mean, the guild is on the opposite end of Lacrimosa, though, where we'd need to go.
You guys got plenty of time. Smiles?
It's the
I'm
start of
not.
a day, and we need to gather a lot of information.
Yeah, no, I trust me. Agree. I'm someone who values gathering information, but I was just informing you that it is on the opposite end of Lacrimosa from where we need to be going. So that's just something we have to keep in mind if we do want to. Like, I don't think all of us should head there. I think only a few, but I also don't like the idea of splitting up the group if we don't know what we're up against. That is my only concern here.
Well, we've got Enela wanting to go to the guild's library. Where does everybody else want to go?
I mean, if no one else is going to go to the
Bakery.
guild's library, I will go as well because I don't think one person should go alone.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bakery.
All right, so we have 2 for the bakery and 2 for the guild. So let's do that. Let's handle the guild first. So Mr. Sun and Z take off with Miss Vega to the scene of the crime, while Enlil and M take a nice jaunt over towards the guild's headquarters.
Is the Let me just check the map, make sure. Yeah, is the bridge in repair since the last time I was here?
Yes, it's been mostly
Okay.
repaired by
Okay.
now, thanks to magical means, for the most part. Cool. You guys enter in and start scrounging around in the library. Roll me a investigate a mystery, or if you have some other role you would like to roll me that.
Mm, yeah.
Excellent. That is a full success from M. What
So
2
that's
questions from the list would you like to ask?
um what can hurt it, and what was it going to do?
And this is about the steel-tongued lizard, because that's what you guys are doing research on, correct?
Yeah, assuming
Okay.
it's there, we have no idea what other creature it could be. So,
Yes.
if it is a still-tongued lizard, what can hurt it, and what does it? I don't know if the phrasing matters, but like if it like what was it trying to do in
Yeah.
the kitchen area, like when it invaded the bakery?
So from this, you gather that the steel-tongued salamander, as Candace mentioned, is a scavenger, and it often sneaks into Lacrimosa either through means of the sewers or just simply walking up onto land from the ports, as it spends a lot of its time in the water or on the banks outside of Lacrimosa and sneaks in for some snacks. Think of it sort of almost as a very large water pigeon in the way that it relies on sort of human food to feed it, as a lot of the other monsters, while it's able to defend itself from them, aren't necessarily easy pickings for the steel-tongued salamander. And if it's trying to fight something else for its find on some sort of more normal animal, it will most likely lose said fight, as its main tool is its tongue, which can give a little zuck and spit out acid into whatever it stabs. And it shoots it out almost in like a frog-like way, but it can shoot its tongue up to 3 times farther than its body length, and it's about 6 foot long. So it can shoot its tongue about 18 feet and stab it, inject this acid, and then suck up whatever it sort of gets its tongue into. That is what it can do. What can hurt it is generally they are fairly weakened when exposed to cold temperatures, because it slows them down, as well as they are mostly carnivorous. So if they are fed too much plant matter, it also almost poisons them and gives them food poisoning. So that is what can hurt it.
I'll wait until after Enlil rolls to discuss that.
Okay. Unless you have something else in mind, roll me investigate a mystery, Enlil.
Figured I'd just do that. Also, what questions did M ask?
Oh, I did.
Oh, I suppose it doesn't matter.
I did just I did what was it going to do, and or what can it do and what can hurt it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Enlil doesn't come up with anything that hasn't already been sort of discussed about it, and Enlil finds sort of the same stuff that M does, as you both scavenge the guild's records for information about these creatures. So that is what the two of you sort of come up with.
So yeah, some stuff obviously is what Candace told us, but some stuff about it, like one thing we have to watch out for is if it is these salamander things that Candace mentioned, their tongues can reach fairly far, so that's something we definitely need to watch out for if we're attacking it. Do you have something ranged to be able to hit with, just so we don't have to get too close?
I'm afraid I don't.
All right. I mean, I would assume because it's all its tongue. From what I've read, at least, it doesn't have multiple tongues, so it should only be able to hit one person with the tongue at a time. So maybe if people are up close, it shouldn't be an issue. The other thing is, uh, it said normally cold temperatures hurt it. Uh, Considering we saw the ice, like we heard about the ice though, I don't know. I don't think we're dealing with like these straight up things, but just cold temperatures and giving it plant matter as food instead of meat can also weaken it. So don't know how we'd get in a situation to be able to feed it, but if that situation were to arise,
I'm still not convinced that we're only dealing with one target, though
I
I'm not sure how we'd
yeah I
gain
can
information on a mystery target that
well I
our only description is ice.
yeah I mean I did see though it's like in my research typically when these salamanders are hunting they typically try to scavenge in like human areas because they're not very good at fighting other monsters. They're weaker than other monsters, it appears. So that might be, it might, I agree, it could be two monsters because the salamander probably got in first and then whatever is dealing this ice to it killed it off, which worries me, but it
I would
shouldn't.
assume I would assume the opposite, as to some creature came in and wrecked the place, and then the salamander picked up the remains, as a
That
scavenger
also,
does.
that also could have been, yeah, but yeah, I think both ways prove the idea of there's probably two different creatures that we have to look out for. Um,
Hmm. I'm not sure how to feed it, but if a salamander is concerned about stronger predators, he'll find that I am exactly that.
Okay, I that's good to know. I feel like any of us are capable of taking it, so it's like with these being weaker to other monsters, like the fact that we've all taken down a monster already, at least one, but I
Wish I could be
feel like
more confident on my ability to gather information from here.
I mean, like, not everyone specializes in everything. I am much I from the looks of you, I feel like I'm like not as strong as you. So everyone has their strengths and weaknesses about these things. I'm I'm a researcher by nature, so
And with that, let's jump over to Mr. Sun and Z. Miss Vega pulls up to as close to the bakery as she can sort of get. It's a line of smaller walkways, so she can't really get the truck all the way in there.
Sure,
But
sure.
she pulls up as close as she can and says, "Well, Mr. Sun, here you go.
Thank
Anything
you.
else you need from me, boss?"
Just drive around and let me know if you see anything weird.
Alrighty, I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Now that he's out of the truck, he'll just gesture for Z to kind of lead the way. Interested to see how they approach this.
Of course.
Um, taking the walkways forward, it's just a quick forward and left, and then forward again, and then the bakery is there on your right, and you see a large, what looks to be a display window that has been shattered as if something just jumped through it. And you see that the entire inside of this bakery is a fucking mess. It looks like a tornado came through here. And that is what you immediately see as you walk up to it.
All right. Let's see here.
Well, first thing we can do is we can determine how this creature came inside. And the best way to do that, and Mr. Sun's just speaking aloud at this point, as if teacher mode, is which direction the glass fell, inside or outside? So the window that's broken, is there a majority of glass inside the bakery or outside?
Roll me investigate a mystery. And I can give you all the information you need.
I was also gonna ask if I could roll that.
Yep,
But
both of
I will
you
wait.
can roll this here. Or if one of
okay.
you would want to wait, then you can do that as well. Whoever would like to first.
Does he beat me to the button?
That is a full success. What 2 questions would you like to ask?
Oh, what happened here?
What happened here? So, as Mr. Sun is sort of monologuing in teacher mode, Z walks up and starts investigating the window as well, and can see that most of the glass is on the inside of the bakery. It looks like something jumped into the window, like into the bakery, rather than out of the bakery. On top of that, you can also see, as you look around, that there is a thawing, but what you can assume, like, what, it's 7 now, you can assume that a few hours ago this was about an inch thick layer of ice that was over everything, not just like every surface of this bakery. The floor, the walls, the pots, the pans, the glass casings, just this layer of ice, and it has melted down to just like a centimeter. It's a nice summer in Lacrimosa, just as it is here in the real world, so because the time sort of matches. So it is a nice summer morning, and the ice has, of course, melted quite a bit since the night where you can assume this took place.
Is there a body?
There is no bodies. As you sort of try very hard to not slip and fall in your ass as you walk across this icy, wet floor, you look around and you cannot see any bodies around. As far as what did happen? What is the other question you would like to ask from the list?
What is being concealed here?
Okay. You can see that in the back there is a vent about, I would say, 2 feet up the wall that was probably used for just sort of venting out air from the bakery. Just keep everything nice and sterile in there for baking, nice and cool. And you can see that the front face of the vent has been popped off and is under a layer of ice on the ground. And you can see, cracking away some of the ice, that there are 2 signs of creatures here. You can see that there is like claw marks, some sort of scratching on the linoleum floor or the tiled floor, and you can see these webbed-like imprints as well that sort of line the area, as well as a few tinges of acid marks here and there throughout the bakery. As it seems, some sort of struggle took place. And
Seems like it is a salamander after all.
Mr. Sun, what would you like to do? Would you like to
I
also
would also like
investigate?
to investigate.
Excellent. Roll me investigate a mystery. Another full success. Look at all these nice and high rolls. Man, I hope that doesn't change.
Advanced
Smiles.
success.
At least Enlil gets the experience point.
True. Well, where did it go?
You can see that investigating closer with Z as they point out the vent, you can see a set of the webbed paws going in and out of this. You can see them facing both towards and back, and with how spread apart they are, you can kind of guess that it doesn't really have room to turn around in the vent, so you can assume it took a trip in and a trip out of this vent. However, you see signs of glass. You go back to the window, and you can see that some of the glass was sort of redisturbed, and there is signs of glass outside, as well as it looks like it broke some more jumping back through the window, whatever jumped in and out.
One creature capable of going in and out of the vent, one creature capable of going in and out of a window. Salamanders can't really jump. Well, investigating the glass and that entry point, I would like to ask, what sort of creature is it?
You see caught on like this isn't any kind of safety glass or anything, so all of the points are fairly sharp. You can see some tufts of white fur snagged on the glass.
Oh, he's gonna pull out his slate and text for Miss Vega to come back, and then pulling out his suitcase and a small little sample bag, he's going to take said tuft of fur and secure it away, and send a command for her to come by, take it, and bring it to Middle Tower for investigation.
Alrighty.
So it seems, Z, based on your findings over by that vent and this window, that there was some sort of either territory brawl or interspecies hunting that just happened to take place in here. It's very likely the salamander entered through the vent, and whatever this is came in wanting it. But I don't see any blood, so I don't even know if that's true.
Wanting what exactly?
Wanting the salamander. It would be safe to assume that some bigger creature that would need to take a window as an entry point would have a salamander be a food source that can, easily navigate those vents. But aside from very clearly being a struggle here, there is no blood. So did they fight here? It looks like the salamander came and gone, and it looks like whatever this was also came and left. So maybe there's a third party of some sort.
Z tentatively reaches for their tarot card deck. Mm. May I have some of that fur?
Oh, yeah, here. He hands it over.
I need to open everybody's character sheets and pop them out real quick. Just so I have them available. I'm pretty sure I know what you are doing. Could you pop it into oh, and I need Enlil as well. There we go. Could you pop the move into the chat?
Yeah. Just input value thing has hooked out and is blocking my mouse from clicking anything. All right. Stop being there. There we go.
Alrighty, roll me plus sharp. As you cast the
Ooh.
bones. On a miss, you get some information, but it's not what you want to hear.
This is gonna be fun.
So you do not get a hold. Some sort of divination. So these are like actual like tarot cards, right?
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. Hold on.
I like carries them in their back pocket of their pants
Mm-hmm.
at all times.
You manage to pull out, fittingly, the death card as you go through your ritual. And while this normally wouldn't be too terrible of a realization, you notice that it is reversed. And keywords that are associated with this are delayed endings, depression, living unaware, long terminal illness, and resistance to change.
Well, I did not read what I do not believe this is going to be currently useful per se, but valuable nonetheless. Anyway, let's move on.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't entirely believe in that whole card crystal ball thing, but I appreciate the effort.
Z smiles and winks at him.
Anyway.
Do you all return and regroup after sort of your initial findings? And if so, where at?
I mean, you said that the bakery was like somewhat like in the northern end of Night Knot, right?
Yes.
So we would probably have it be like meet somewhere in Night Knot, but like not like they kind of come like closer towards us, like either like south of that's like I don't know the best way to phrase where, but like yeah, we probably would discuss we meet somewhere in Night Knot.
So perhaps either somewhere in Night Knot, or I mean, in between the two of you is Great Rock and Lacrimosa University. So you could just um, meet at a well-known landmark like the university campus.
Yeah. Like, yeah, we would have discussed ahead of time, like, both kind of heading towards each other.
Okay.
I imagine we also have each other's slate numbers or whatever.
Yeah.
Mm.
So while the samples are being taken to Middle Tower, Mr. Sun will text both M and Lil.
M doesn't have a phone.
Ah,
Yeah.
doesn't Lil have a
Mr.
phone?
Almost certainly.
Okay. Texting Lil, saying, I don't know what M's phone number is, oddly enough, but let's meet up at the Lacrimosa campus. There's some things to go over. P.S. You were correct about multiple monsters.
Right. Heading that way now.
Alright, let's head out.
All right. The four of you regroup. The university campus. What is your next step? You are now in the next time slot after your initial investigation, and it is now day.
Yeah, I mean, the same one to me. It's just, so, Enel told me that you guys confirmed there's multiple creatures. Our research kind of assumed that as well, because one of the things that these salamanders are normally weak to is colder temperatures. So it was either a mutation or some fight happened there.
Yeah, it was
Also,
very... Sorry, continue.
Also, the salamanders are not the strongest of creatures normally. They are more of scavenger type, so they would not be ones to like fight other monsters intentionally. They were probably the prey or went there after the initial creature went in and just picked up the scraps from whatever was left over from that ice creature.
Yeah, entirely possible. My main worry is that there was no carcass, there was no signs of actual violence. Usually monsters don't go out of their way for this, like to this level, for bread. Pretty sure salamanders don't even eat baked goods.
Well, these salamanders are carnivores.
Yeah,
And
so
they can use their tongue to stab into their victims and inflict acid. So it is presumed that they might have the ability to dissolve a carcass, if not fully consume it like that with the acid.
but there would
Wait.
still be blood.
Not necessarily. If all the acid went into interior, they might be able to just suck it all up that way.
Would bread count as something that would poison said salamander?
I mean, plant matter was what the research said that they would be adverse to. So that is another thing. Like, I don't know if grain is considered plant matter, but I would assume it is.
Perhaps
also
our
why-
second monster is human?
Perhaps, but that doesn't explain the blast of like ice that we've seen.
Also, we
I
sent a
believe
sample
one of
of
our
some-
hunters can create a blast of fire. A blast of ice seems like a fairly similar walk of life.
We
That
did
is-
find samples of white fur.
And you're
as
sure
well.
it's fur and not hair?
I'm not, but I did send the sample to Middle Tower, so we'll find out soon. I did issue commands to have people on standby for doing research, so hopefully that'll expedite Middle Tower's research abilities. For now, it looks like we have to choose to search for 2 different hunting grounds and 2 different types of monsters, one of which we know nothing about, other than it
Well,
can
I
make
mean-
a snow cone and is furry.
I mean, if you sent the fur out, that should probably get us an indication on what type of creature it is. best case scenario is it's like just like a normal animal, not something we have to hunt down. Worst case scenario, it's like a large monster that we have to secure before it does more damage.
Sounds like the salamander is an easy target for us to follow. However, we still lack far too much information on the second target.
Yeah, I mean, did you guys find anything at the bakery on where we could try to pursue the salamander if it's still around?
Our best bet is still checking any main sources of water that they could live in. They're not terribly large, so crawling through a sewer drain isn't totally wild. We can definitely check the immediate area surrounding the bakery. It does sound like it's a normal salamander, now that we know that there was another creature. And it should also be noted that both of these creatures show signs of entering the bakery from different entry points and exiting the bakery from different exit points.
That
Again,
means they likely weren't hunting together.
Or each other, for that matter, maybe.
Uh,
what was the
Miss-
time frame again?
Sometime during the night. You don't necessarily know what time, but it was definitely in the midst of the night.
I have a question about the phrasing of something.
Yes.
With magic, it says that you can observe another place for time. Is it possible to do both with the type of magic I do? Would it be possible for me to try to do both? Like observe
No.
another place and okay, it would
Yeah.
okay.
You would
I
either
figured
have
I'd
to be there and look into, like, sort of do some premonitions, or you
Mhm.
would have to, or you would be able to look into a different place, like sort of
Okay.
oracle to
Okay.
a different place. So.
Okay, so I can't. All right, got it. Alright, well, yeah. I mean, we know like okay. Assume like there was no carcass of either party. Like all the stuff was some fur apparently. So both are assuming both of them are monsters. They're both still out there. Um,
What is y'all's next step?
um, given that we're kind of in night now at this point, and my knowledge of something may happen soon, can I try to have a hunch about something one of these monsters attacking?
Let me read.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hunches. It's like it's a lot of like when something's about to happen or happening, and I'm like, well, I don't know if it's about to happen, so I have to ask. Um,
Um, yes. Yeah.
right, okay. I'll send the details just so the other players know what this is. Um, success. Oh no, it's another hard move.
No, it's just a mixed success.
Yeah.
So, you do get some kind of a hunch about something that may happen in the alleys of Night Knot. You know that something might happen in Night Knot, possibly somewhere near the bakery, sort of in the area that you would be investigating in the first place. Something is going to be happening there.
Yeah, so
Relatively soon. Not
you guys-
necessarily immediately. So.
yeah, you guys would see the purple in M's eyes just glow briefly, and I just turn to you guys and go, "You guys are right. There's something that's gonna happen near the bakery. I didn't get a great image of it, but something's going to happen around there."
All right. Well, I think we should work in teams of two. One of us take the alleys in the back portion in which the salamander traveled. of the bakery, and the other two of us will inspect the streets and the front of the bakery. And if we can both keep our eyes out for any security cameras on any buildings or anybody by their own shops that might have seen or heard something, we can try to talk with them.
Sounds good. Do we want to split up?
Um,
I think I would prefer the streets.
I would also prefer the streets, so and Lil, you'll come with me then.
All right.
And with that, the gang splits up.
Again.
Those are my
Again.
favorite words.
Listen, I can just go and maybe get to them in time if they're in trouble.
Yeah, we're not far. We're
If I
we're in shouting range.
if I get in trouble, no one can contact me. But if you guys get in trouble, there's a chance I can find you.
So we have M and Z and Enlil and Mr. Sun. So let's start. Let's start with Enlil and Mr. Sun. I like the idea of that.
Okay.
So the two of you take to sort of the back streets behind the bakery and sort of the alleys around. I would say immediately as you are looking around, you do end up finding hints of, since the area is a bit more shaded because of all the taller buildings and lack of, therefore, sun, you do see a few of the patches of the ice that were mentioned in the report that you guys got extra from M. You do notice those sort of around. They're fairly small, like concentrated patches of ice that have still melted down, just like in the bakery, to a fairly thin layer of frosting. That is what you guys find immediately for free as you guys are looking around.
Is it like a trail that we can follow or just patches?
It's sort of sporadic. If you guys end up rolling investigate a mystery and ask a question, then you might be able to pick up on some more. But for now, it seems fairly sporadic, and you can't really tell.
Do the patches from one another at least maintain a similar distance from each other?
Not that you
Like-
can tell. They are,
Okay.
they're fairly here and there.
They're not exactly footsteps. Well, seems the best thing is to investigate a mystery. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Where'd that pop up?
A mixed success. The numbers, they slowly fall. You get to hold one. What question would you like to ask from the list?
So this is the ice creature. Could ask, where did it go? And maybe find a trail. Or I can ask what it is. No. I'm gonna hope the team at Middle Tower can figure that out, and I'm gonna ask, where did it go?
You and Enlil pick up on a slight pattern to the ice, and it's not thanks to the ice itself. Looking near the ice, you find claw marks on the wall and the ground where it looks like something was running and slamming their like claws into the ground to sort of gain a little bit of extra traction. And you follow this pattern of claw marks and ice to around, it's fairly close to where you had sort of stumbled upon a sewer grate before, but not quite there. And at the end of this path, you find meat and bones of something.
Well, that's a start.
Does my slate have a camera?
No. There are no cameras.
Oh boy.
I imagine it's my turn to make a roll.
Yep.
This is not read a bad situation, pretty sure.
I mean, you can, if you so desire, if any of those questions sort of apply to things that you want to ask.
They speak to me right now.
Is it the foreboding music?
It might be.
Feel free to roll read a bad situation if you so desire. I will also say, following this trail, you guys have gotten a decent distance away from the bakery at this point. Yes.
I think I'll have to do investigate a mystery here. And just hope that I get anything above failure. I never do.
Do we have the +1 from me helping out?
Or
no?
I believe
forget if that was
the one that you chose. I could have done it wrong.
I kept the same thing as last. Like I didn't edit mine because I planned on doing the same thing.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
The thing you chose last time was gather reports, which is not the +1, but that is the extra bit of information at the start of a hunt.
Why did we have a +1 last week then?
Because somebody else was running errands.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think. Let me double check. Research. Assist. Oh, actually, Noah might come to your guys' aid here. Help gather. Let's see here. Cisco, never mind. That is something for his group only. So. Yep, there is no extra other bonuses, except Enlil does get 2 +1 holds to tough, but those are not applicable here.
I gotta remember to roll manipulate someone when I give demands.
I suppose I'll mark my experience and just let you go.
You start peering down at this mangled body, and the only thing that you can tell is it's not human. It doesn't have human anatomy. I will give you that much. Just you guys can tell that at a glance, although it is hard to make out what it is as it has been torn to shreds. You can see meat and bones sort of strewn about. With that, we jump over to M and Z. what do you guys do as you are around the bakery?
I would probably try to use magic to observe another time, see if I can try, like, knowing that, like, obviously I don't know the exact time it happened, but try to hopefully pinpoint some amount of when one or both of the monsters was here.
Where you're just doing this sort of outside the bakery?
Like, yeah, if I'm like not like in the immediate vicinity of the bakery, but it's like going a little bit far away and just see like is there any sign of one, because we know that there was like one of them crashed through from the outside, so like going to like one of the alleys where I can see like one of the sewer grates or something, like try to observe like can I find one, like observe another time to see like if I can see one of the monsters before
Yes.
they would have come into it. Yeah, that I phrased it
Yeah,
before.
yeah. Roll use magic.
Okay. I didn't study yet, so I don't get. All right.
A full success. So, you sort of stand there and close your eyes and start focusing, and some imagery starts flashing through your head. You see a large white figure. You can assume this thing is about 10 feet long, and you can see its long tail as well, which brings it to around 15 feet in length. It is longer than it is sort of tall or wide. It jumped down from atop a building, one of the taller ones that are sort of nearby. It's more an apartment complex in shape, being like 7-8 stories, and it jumps down and tears after a small flash of something. You can't tell what it is, but as soon as it hits the ground and starts running, the smaller figure takes off sort of out of your frame of view. And that is what I will give you.
I will reopen my eyes and just kind of trying to see. It's like, yeah, from what it looked like, the white figure or whatever it was.
Z
Was-
is in front of you and very close to your face, just staring at you. You
I
good?
closed my eyes for it. Yes, I can perceive other times fairly easily. So, from what I saw, and it has taken a few steps back when you were that close to their face. From what I saw there, the white creature wasn't necessarily pursuing immediately the small, like the salamander thing. I assumed it's a salamander. I didn't see it. It was just a small flash real fast, but the smaller creature was definitely afraid of it. So, but it is roughly 10 or 15 feet tall with like, the white fur and like a tail. So I've never seen something like this before, but it is definitely a large creature that the salamander was probably afraid of.
We should get back to the other group. Might be a good day to die.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's go.
Z, is there anything you want to do with your action?
No. Rush.
Okay. As the two of you go to regroup with Emlil and Mr. Sun, you hear a scratching on the rooftops above you. And this is fairly high above you, because most of the buildings that are surrounding you are like 6 to 8 stories tall. But you hear a scratching on the rooftops, and with a quick look up, you see a small flash or a large flash of white against the pale blue sky.
And it's not coming down. It's still up. Like we just saw a brief flash at the top.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's similar to what I saw. So it's still around. Do we want to try to see if we can follow it more, or do we want to report back to them and risk losing sight of Earth?
We're gonna have a conversation about you buying a phone after this.
Oh, trust me. Someone in the middle tower has already talked to me many times about getting a phone.
Mr. Sun or Enlil, do you end up giving any kind of call to Z? I would say it is around this time that you guys sort of stumble upon the body.
Mr. Sun's not in a position to make a phone call, but he'll suggest it while he's putting on a glove and sifting for a head to put in a bag.
Have we really found any information worthy of checking back in with the others?
I guess that's true. Not so much, no.
We found this and at least some ice in the area. Perhaps this is the salamander?
I'm
Or
trying
maybe
to
the salamander was one of many victims of whatever caused the ice?
Well, once I find a skull, if I find a skull, I'll hopefully be able to answer that question.
Alright. Flashback to M and Z. What do you guys do?
Run.
Yeah, I mean, like, did we see the direction the flash went in?
It went north, which is like north, what is it, northeast, sort of the same way that you guys are going.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage trying to see. I would say we should follow it. Like, you have a way to contact the other two. If something happens where we can't contact them, I might be able to get us back to them.
I'll go ahead and make that call now. We can follow it.
Okay, hold on a quick second. I gotta let Luna out. She's screaming.
Do be screaming.
Oh no, Enlil had a thought or idea.
Go, Luna, go.
Sorry to break the tension. I am back.
Creepy music. Just a second, Luna. Yeah, I think a call wouldn't hurt, but it's also just like I think we should pursue this if we, like, before we lose sight of it further.
Then let's go. I can make a call while I'm ready.
Okay. Do you call Enlil or Mr. Sun?
Mr. Sun.
Alright. As you are digging through this corpse, you get a phone call, Mr. Sun.
He has to take a second to take off a bloodied glove and then pulls up the phone, checks who it is, and answers. Mr. Sun speaking.
Straight up, it's Z. We see it. Let's go.
I'm gonna need a lot more information than that.
Explains the direction.
Okay.
I thought you were just have Z hang up right there.
He stands up and looks to Enlil and hangs up and, alright, hope you can run fast, because we're gonna be going over here. And he starts booking it.
We found the target?
That's what they say.
And here I thought, I was just beginning to think that these remains might be bait for us.
As you finish this call, the two of you look up and you see this flash of white start crashing down the walls of the alleyways. It is sort of jumping from wall to wall and hurtling down towards the two of you extremely quickly. Can you both do me a favor and act under pressure?
Roll it.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. This was for M and Z. I'm sorry. I did not specify that I was jumping back to the two of them.
Oh, poor M though.
Oh yeah.
I am so sorry.
I hope your rolls are as good.
Would I be able to like act under pressure in a different, like by using my magic to like kind of prevent, or is this more of just like a staying calm thing? Or is there like
This is a finding out. You can decide how you want to get out of the way of this thing, but this thing is coming down at you very, very fast.
would I be able to make like, because M's priority is, you know, the protecting people if possible. Would I be able to do like a force field type thing, like over top of us, so it doesn't land on us?
You could try that, yeah.
Okay. Would that be a use magic roll, or would that still be act under pressure?
That would be use magic.
Okay.
This would be barring a creature from a specific location.
Okay. Cool.
Yes. The location being directly on top of you. As this thing crashes down on the two of you, M manages to put up sort of a... you see the purple glow, the same glow that would come from M's eye, flash above the two of you and create some sort of barrier between you and this creature as it lands on it, claws first, and then jumps off of it and lands in front of the two of you. You now see standing in front of you a large, long, all-white weasel. More specifically, a marten with a crackling white tail, as you see sort of hints of ice float around it, and the two of you feel the temperature around you start to plummet from a nice summer's midday to a winter night. You can see the breath coming out of your mouths. Z, what would you like to do?
Cast fire.
Okay, roll use magic. I'm assuming this is trying to deal 1 harm.
Yep. Let's see here. Oh, there it is.
That is a successful roll. And a bolt of heat comes from you. And you see it get closer to this creature, and it start to dissipate as before it hits the creature. And it does connect. But the weight of the hit is softened as it manages to sort of freeze this firebolt before it gets to you. Before it gets to it. And it bears its fangs. Let's jump back over to Enlil and Mr. Sun as they are sprinting through the alleyways, trying to get back to sort of where they started. You guys are following the path that you took back there, because that's pretty much where you understand that they are now.
Yeah.
Would one of you like to read a bad situation for me as you sort of try to figure out where the two of them are?
What is that, sharp? How good's your sharp?
You want something relative or the actual number?
Good, okay, or mediocre or bad?
Bad.
Alright, I'll go ahead and do that then. Whoa. Wait, is it act under pressure? Oh no, it's read a bad situation. That's still sharp. Ah, yes. And with my bonuses.
Is this where I can
Please.
use the command help out, or can I only raise it to a 6, which is still a fail?
You can only raise it to a 6, which would still be a fail, unfortunately.
That's highly unfortunate.
Yes.
At least you have experience.
Experience point.
So I would say that you guys sort of just keep following that trail and you don't have any sort of extra idea of where they might be.
We're going to be late.
All according to plan.
M&Z. This creature is still standing in front of the two of you, and it takes a step forward, and you see its tail raise, and you can tell it's about to do something as the tail starts to sparkle. And you see a glow in front of you, M,
Yep.
as the tail starts to not only sparkle, but start flashing this bright white light. And then you see the person in front of you is Z.
Okay.
This is from your vision.
Yep. Am I able to act then?
Yes.
I'm going to attempt to jinx it. So I'll send a detail of that, and then assuming, well, depending on my roll, but I'm going to try to interfere with what it's doing. I get a +1 to this, right, because of my vision.
Mhm.
6 success.
Hold 1.
I'm going to interfere with what a monster minion or bystander is trying to do and hope that through how my magic works that the tail does not shoot a blast at, like the effect I saw in my vision doesn't come out the way it wants it to. However that may be interpreted. Like attempting to have hopefully having the tail fizzle out.
It swings its tail as it jumps forward. It pivots and swings its tail, and you can tell it's trying to make the tail contact the ground, but instead it swipes across the wall, one of the alleyway walls, as it's sort of in a more enclosed area than it's meant to be. And as this tail hits the wall, you see a line of ice spread out at a cone on the wall and go right above Z's head as this blast of frost explodes outward. Z, what would you like to do? This thing is now right in front of you. You could touch it with your hand if you reached forward.
So, Z's gonna smile. And, yeah.
Alrighty, roll me plus weird.
Holy shit, the fail conditions.
Yeah, Cheshire, that was really cool.
Oh. Thank God.
You see this monster. First, describe how this looks.
Z's face is covered by a black liquid, and it gurgles out from the bottom and rolls towards the top of the face. You see a wide set of fangs show up on their face and giant red eyes. And they flash once.
You see this creature stop in place, but you know it's not going to last long. You are free to move yourself. You are somewhat surprised based on last time you used this to feel like the full control of your body right after using it. And the two of you, I will say, you would feel some sort of fear creeping into your body by now.
Mm-hmm.
This thing can and will kill both of you.
Perchance should we run?
Considering we don't know how to harm it better.
Nope. Grabs the
We
back
should.
of your jacket
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I
shoves
was like,
you
yeah.
down the alley. Let's run. Let's go.
Yeah, we don't know how to harm it better. Like, we should. Let's agree.
No arguments. Let's go.
Enlil and Mr. Sun, you are sprinting through the alleyways and you hear an explosion of what sounds like glass. It sounds like if you threw a rock at a frozen lake, like a sort of barely frozen over lake, but instead of just one rock, you threw like 20 of them at the surface. Just the like cracking ice sound. You hear that sort of explode from a nearby alleyway. What do you do?
Navigate towards that explosion.
You sprint over and you turn the corner and you see the back of this creature, and just as it starts to sort of shake its head and regain control of its body, and you see its ears perk up and turn its head, and Enlil, you recognize what this creature is.
I do?
This is a hunter marten. It is native to Frostholm. It is an icy hunter marten, or a winter hunter marten. It goes by a few names. And you know that the best course of action here is to leave.
Do I see Z and M?
You can see them in the distance, just turning a corner in like the alleyway. Like you got there right after they started sprinting away. You know that this thing is dangerous.
That's all I can think to say. Just run.
Enlil and Mr. Sun, act under pressure, or if you have some other action, do that as this thing starts barreling down the alleyway towards the two of you.
Oh my.
Uh-huh.
Is my +2 truly being added to these rolls? I wonder.
Yeah, it is.
Oh man, you hate to see it. Actually, I will not that. Mark your experience, Mr. Sun.
Oh yeah.
This thing barrels down the alleyway, and Enlil, I'm going to give you a hard choice here, since you rolled a mixed success. You both turn to start running, and as the two of you are running, you slightly outpace Mr. Sun, and you hear a small blast of ice hit behind you. And you turn your head slightly to see Mr. Sun's foot caught in a block of ice on the ground, and the marten following close behind. You can decide to either keep running or eat the hit that the marten is about to dish out as it lunges forward.
Are those my only options?
Unless you can think of something else on the fly.
I do have a move from my class that I could use.
Well, if you would like to use it, feel free.
I hate you, and this is probably not going to work.
Dun, dun, dun.
Let's see. No,
Ooh.
no, it does not.
Let me... Bum. I just want to look at this and see what happens.
Doesn't actually say what happens on fail.
You can use that to roll. Like, I thought you'd just be able to do it.
No. With plus one person requires a roll.
Oh, that's okay. So you can do it normally, but with another person.
You run up to Mr. Sun and sort of put yourself in between him and the monster as you try to use angel wings, and two bright white, well, sort of describe how these wings look as they shoot out of your body.
I always just envisioned it was just a quick flash of light and just completely disappearing.
Okay.
Not so much wing shapes.
Well, you see this bright flash, and unfortunately, it sort of starts up and then fizzles out. And you take the hit from this marten as it bites down. Thankfully, you have... how much armor do you have?
Divine armor? 1.
1. As it bites, take 2 harm. And it sort of reels back a little bit after biting down, realizing it didn't hit its intended target. What do the two of you do now? Mr. Sun, I would say since Enlil just did that, you have sort of the go-to role here.
Is my foot still stuck?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to start with making that not the case. What would you like me to roll to free myself?
Actually, I will say with what ML just did, you don't really have to roll to free yourself. She eats this hit and buys you enough time to... Do you have any sort of... What do you have for gear?
He does not need to use a grenade to free his foot.
No. You
I'll
take
do it.
you take your big knife from your hip and you take one big hack at the ice and it splits apart and you are able to free your foot. So you are both free from being stuck.
Okay. Am I at all familiar with what type of creature this is?
No, you do not recognize this creature.
It's a big ass weasel. Got it.
Yep.
Okay. Carnivorous, definitely faster than us.
Let me...
He's going to grab Enlil and ensure she continues to run as well, and continue booking it while making a phone call for the getaway car to explain what street they are running on. Because an armored vehicle would be pretty sweet right now.
Cool.
And you know what? I will even roll help out to make sure that Enlil is in fact moving.
I would say that you don't really have to, because since Enlil doesn't really have to make any kind of roll here, you wouldn't really have to. Help out is like a reactive thing that
Okay.
you would roll.
Alright.
Yeah. So I would say the two of you, as this thing like reeled back from its first bite, the two of you start running again, and are able to put a smidgen of distance as it sort of starts spinning its tail, and you can see the frost start to gather around it again as you guys take down this alleyway. I am going to have you roll act under pressure as you start running and make this phone call, though,
Okay.
as you are
No,
trying to multitask in a dangerous situation.
You know, I'm actually very good at cool rolls. Son of a bitch!
Karma.
You hold this phone up to your head, and you
Oh my god.
you fumble the phone.
I just drop it.
Yeah, you fumble the phone.
That's
and
rad.
It lands behind you.
So cool.
No, now the weasel can call Middle Tower.
Just gonna put down my third experience for the day.
Really gathering it up there.
Damn, both
My
y'all.
third 6.
We're gonna die here.
No, we're fine.
With a quick, it's not even a look over your shoulder, you hear the crackling in the air as this creature prepares to do something. What do you do, Enlil, as you see Mr. Sun fumble this phone? I would say Mr. Sun starts the call and then drops it. So you somehow alarm Vega, but she isn't going to really know where you are or anything like that.
That's
They're
fair.
just aware that you are in some sort of trouble. What do you do, Enla?
I can only imagine a second attempt at a flash of light probably get me another 2 harm. And I swear it's what we need right now.
You can try it.
You got this.
I wish I could be rolling tough right now.
Oh,
I wish I could be rolling tough right now.
Would you like to use a point of luck?
You really want to ask me that, Keeper?
I don't know
Oh,
if it's
no.
worth it.
I think we need it.
It's up to you, but I don't know.
I think we won't be harmed here. We won't die here, like, as a player. But if
What?
ever I needed to use luck for a specific type of, content, this is it.
Oh, I think we'll be fine because I could eat a hit for you as well.
True.
We can make another attempt, and luck hurts. Let me tell you, firsthand experience. I'm using my sacrifice right now.
All right. So if I don't use it, is Mr. Sun gonna take this hit?
I'll imagine I get to use help out if it gets to that, or rather not help out, but leave no one behind.
What is leave no one behind?
In combat, when you roll help someone, I roll with sharp. On a 10, we get out clean. On a 7 or a 9, I can get them out or suffer no harm.
Roll leave no one behind right now. Yes, roll this right now.
Right.
Oh, we
Only a
outie.
positive roll.
You and Enlil sort of stumbled apart from each other as you were sprinting down the alleyway and are at like sort of opposite ends of the alleyway. And you see Enlil look over to you and just like football dive towards you as you see her start to glow again. And it takes like every bone in your body to trust whatever the hell she is about to do after seeing this sort of fizzle out last time. And you sort of dive forward to meet her in the air, and the two of you are gone.
What point do I mention the location?
We are going to treat this as a mixed success. So where were you trying to teleport to? Where were you
Assuming I
trying-
still have a house back in Fairy Hook.
Yes.
That was the destination I was trying to go to.
Okay. I would say you instead appear sort of on the streets of Fairy Hook as you and Mr. Sun drop from like halfway in the air to on the ground on one of the sidewalks of Fairy Hook, with one or two onlookers about. That, my friends, is the end of the day segment. You are now out of danger.
Well, thank you for taking that hit. Oh, my phone. Oh, God. Are you okay? Do you need we need to get you to Middle Tower.
Maybe I should have thought of that one first.
Oh my goodness.
All I
Wait a
could
minute,
think
I-
of was, I want to go home.
Well, I was gonna say this area does look pretty familiar. Can I borrow your phone? I gotta call her.
Please.
All right, and when Lil hands me her phone, I'm gonna call our getaway car and confuse him when I say we're in Ferry Hook.
As soon as Vega picks up, she says, Mr. Sun, wait, are you okay?"
Yeah, you need to get out of and avoid this area. But you're gonna need to get out of town and head over to Ferry Hook. We encountered a large weasel with ice powers. Go ahead and call Dr. Aldebaran and make sure he knows that we are bringing somebody in for medical treatment, and Lil was bit, and we need to get over there immediately. Also, I have no idea where Z and M are, and I don't have my phone anymore.
"Okay, we can get over to you, and or I can get over to you, and we can see if we can find M and Z along the way."
Perfect. And I give the exact kind of address as to where we are, and we'll just hang out and wait.
Okay. Do you also call Z?
Oh yeah, Z has a phone.
Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna and we'll try to put pressure on that. I'm gonna call Z. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Ba-doop, ba-doop,
Yes.
ba-doop.
This is Z.
Z, this is not Enlil. This is Mr. Sun. Using her phone, we encountered a weasel. And it bit Enlil, but we're fine. We're over in Ferry Hook right now. Where are you? We're gonna pick you up on our way over to Middle Tower.
We'll start running that way. We ran into it as well.
Okay. Can you make your ways safely to Middle Tower, or do you want the armored truck to pick you up?
Glances at M. What do you think? Should we get a pickup?
We can go to Middle Tower. I don't think we need a pickup.
No pickup required.
All right. Be safe. Click, click. And then he's gonna do as much as he can to help Enlil, which is
Excellent.
nothing. I don't have medical yet.
What point do I level up?
Oh, did you get enough for another level?
Yeah, +1 to the next level.
Nice. What were you sort of planning on taking, out of curiosity? Because if it makes sense for us to add it in this session, then we will. If not, then it will wait until next session.
Yeah, I mean, you can always mark stuff and then just uncheck it in the actual prepared abilities, and it will still stay marked in your advancements.
How about a quality DM?
Okay. Send me over a good old message.
On the walk back to Middle Tower, though, M is just gonna kind of look at Z and be like, "So you get very defensive over my use of magic, but what were those things? I've not seen you do either of those before."
There's. Well, I used to be surrounded by masks, and I still have one.
See,
We can talk about this more later.
all right, that's fair.
Okay. The four of you arrive at Middle Tower and enter the lobby.
Mm.
What would you all like to do now?
I
Check
mean,
on.
it's
I would say at this point it is around. It is shadows. You guys are in your
Um,
third time segment.
is like it's Candace there at the
Yes,
desk.
Candace is at the desk and she sees.
Uh,
Probably first to get in is since they were picked up, would be Enlil and Mr. Sun, and Candace immediately stands up from the desk as she sees the two of you walk in, and Enlil's injured, and helps Enlil up to Jackie to be treated. Mark off one harm as you are being treated during this segment.
Alright.
The rest of you, after that, M and Z show up. And the rest of you can all discuss, of course, as a group what you want to do, but I will let M, Mr. Sun, and Z take an action during this segment to investigate or do other things.
well,
I think an alarm should be sent out. It doesn't
yeah,
seem like something we can fight.
yeah. We would inform Candace that it's like we don't know if any result has gone back about the fur that Mr. Sun said he sent, but there is a large white weasel with like a glowing tail in in the area, and from our immediate attempt to kind of stop it from attacking us, we were barely able, like me and Z were barely able to get out unscathed. But like fire didn't work on it, and like like things only stopped it momentarily.
It
So
seemed like there was some sort of armor from magic on it.
Hmm.
From what I observed.
We've been studying the sample that was brought back, and we found out that there are small. On that particular piece of fur, there are tiny little mana crystals sort of ingrained into it. This is probably what it's doing to store the energy to do everything that it's doing. At least that is what Ellie said. Do we have any idea what this creature is yet? We haven't been able to, of course, off of what we have, track it.
And Lil seemed to know what it was, actually. Let's I'm gonna pop up and ask her what she knows, and then I'll be right back.
Okay.
So to the infirmary I go.
Well, conveniently, I've forgotten the name of it.
It is a winter hunter martin. Let me drop you guys a fun little picture. Imagine.
yeah, like I know what a Martin looks like, so I'm just like,
Yeah.
Mm.
I need
Winter
the
Hunter Martin.
link address.
I can only imagine a white wolf.
Let me make sure this is going to yes.
Redirect us.
I threw it into chat. Now let me throw it into the Roll20 chat.
yeah.
So everybody has reference.
Okay.
It is that, but it is white and it is huge. Like I said, it is about its body is about 10 feet long, with a tail that extends out like an extra 5 feet. Its tail is as almost as big as one of you guys, so
Aw, it's cute.
Yeah.
they are kind of cute. Also huge and
Yeah, but
very, very good hunters.
yeah. Imagine something like that falling from a building onto you.
So an icy Tobikadachi?
Kind of. Less lizard, more mammal.
Less lizard. Still partially lizard, but not.
Okay, not lizard, mammal. The way that it sort of swings around its tail, I would say would be similar to a Tobikadachi. But the rest of the features about it are very much more weasel in character. Enlil, from your usually brief time in Frostholm, however, your travels in between Frostholm and other people, especially or other places, especially the one with James. You know this creature is local to the area, and a expert hunter, often taking out other monsters or caravans of sort of unsuspecting people. Its biggest problem, I mean, its biggest feature is, of course, its tail, which, tracking with what Candace had mentioned, stores mana crystals. It creates mana crystals in its tail and then harnesses those crystals to create a to drop the temperature of the area and flash freeze stuff as well. You do not necessarily know the counter to it, like the weakness of it. You simply know what is dangerous about it and are usually told to avoid it, as this would be considered a at least a 3-star monster.
Okay, so Mr. Sun approaches the infirmary with a fresh cup of coffee in hand to give to her, and they kind of talk over the details.
Coffee?
Yeah, for you. Thanks again, by the way, for taking the hit for me. I would not want to be under that thing. The way you make it sound, we're probably not going to want to try handling this hunt under any terms other than our own. Do you have any ideas of what we might be able to do?
If we are supposed to take out this target with only 4 hunters, I don't know. I've always only avoided them. I've only been told that they're strong.
I have a couple ideas, but since we don't know anything about this, it's still a bit of a risk. So I kind of want to run them past the whole team and see if we want to let the guild know what's going on and have them handle it, or try either of them out our own. So you want to join the rest of the team with Candace in the, I guess, research area?
Yes.
Perfect.
I don't seem to provide much help with research. I can
Well,
at least be present.
yeah, and we can inform them what you told to kind of get everybody on the same page.
And I'm quite surprised that you had nothing to say about a flash of light and suddenly ending up in Fairy Hook.
Um,
I figured your bureau would want to know all about that.
as far as I'm concerned, we made sure to put some good distance between us and the thing, and hiked our way to a safer location. Anyway, let's make our way down.
You're joking, right?
You think I'm the kind of person who tells jokes? And with that, he heads back to the research area.
Alrighty. M, Mr. Sun, and Z. What sort of action would you like to take during this time slot as Enlil is getting treated?
If Z is told the name of the creature, Z will take another shot at the library.
If the flash freezing is mentioned, I have a plan as well for what I might do.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go with Z's stuff first, then wait.
Let's go with Z first. Z is going to take a trip over to the guild's library, or are you staying in Middle Tower and checking out their records?
Yeah, their records are probably fine. Just pretty much just searching for a weakness.
Okay. I would say because this is not really local to Lacrimosa, you probably end up having to go to the
Right.
guild, actually. So you head over that way and take a stroll over there to start doing some research. Roll me investigate a mystery.
Well, okay.
Mixed success. Hold 1.
Huh.
Better than none.
What can hurt it?
So you weren't completely wrong when you mentioned earlier that it has sort of a field around it, though it's not really a magic field. I mean, it's not really like a magical shield or a barrier. It is simply the fact that it dramatically lowers the temperature of things that are around it. That is the reason why something like fire isn't really going to hurt it, because before it even gets to it, it is usually fizzled out by simply dropping the temperature of it before the fire can reach it. However, you are able to find that it manages to sort of drop this barrier when it is put in a corner. When it feels like it's in danger, it creates a almost like a nova of ice around it and freezes everything in the area. Wide, very, very wide area of effect. But after that, it expends most of the crystals in its tail doing this, and is therefore vulnerable and has to sort of stick a fight after that. It is not very capable of running after doing this. So, if you want to hurt it, you have to get it to do this ability.
Uh, is the fact that it has this running the temperatures down around it, is that magical in nature?
Yes, it does use mana to do this.
I see.
Like I mentioned, it is stored in its tail, so it is able to. It is sort of a passive thing on it.
Okay.
I would say if it's in case of you trying to do something like stopping it using one of your skills, you might be able to do that as like a temporary thing, but it is not something that you can permanently remove without making it use that ability. That is the state that it becomes vulnerable, is after it does its nova. So that is what you learn doing some research in the guild.
All right.
You mentioned something.
Yeah, for the flash freeze, because obviously I wouldn't know anything that Z just learned, but if flash freeze is mentioned, would I be able to go up to my recently acquired books and while reading those also, because I noticed in the investigative mystery there's like investigating phenomena.
Uh-huh.
Would I be able to see if there's a magical way to counteract that, like counteract the flash freeze that it gives, like using my own magic to like for how do I phrase it, like would I be able to find in these grimoires and tomes and stuff a way to counteract its flash freeze ability that it has, it knowing that it's mana related?
I mean, mana can be manipulated in like a lot of different ways, so it would essentially be the best way to counter a flash freeze would essentially be to create something that raises the temperature by a lot, some sort of flash fire. That, of course, is just sort of a given. That is something you would know.
Yeah. I'm friends with Ash. I know how flash fire works.
And she was here.
But with your sort of knowledge and ability, your particular knack for magic being more on the spectral and spiritual side of things, it is hard for you to necessarily replicate that based on your particular talents.
I mean, yeah, I guess I would just, if knowing it's like I would still try to just read the grimoires and stuff I have during this time just to.
Yes, and if you want to do that to get your bonus, is that what I'm
Mhm.
assuming you're trying to do?
Yeah, it was like if I could get other stuff during like trying the bonus, I was also trying. But it's like if all the surface knowledge is already there, I'll just
Yes.
read those, prepare myself for knowing this is a tougher enemy, prepare myself in whatever way I can.
Okay, yes, I will simply give you that for free then, along with your plus. Can you throw over the magical library? Do you have a button for that?
Yeah,
It's just the sort
yeah.
of show off skill.
There's a roll for it, but I think that's just for rolling use magic with it. But it's just
if you use your
I get a +1 for it to use.
+1 for it. Okay, cool. So the next time that you use magic, you will get a +1 to it. So use that as you will. Mr. Sun, what would you like to do as you have some time here before Enlil is ready to sort of go out again?
Mr. Sun is going to take this time to formulate 2 basic plans. But he is unfortunately going to need the entire team there in order to go over how to best use their abilities for either of them.
Okay. Let's say that Z comes back and M comes down from the library then, and Enlil has now finished being treated, and you can now discuss.
Z sighs and says, "Well, it would be weak against fire, but it turns down the temperature of anything that gets near it. And the only time it doesn't do that is after it's been backed into a corner and blown everything around it into ice. Not a great situation that we have to get it into."
Do we have a relative blast radius on that?
I actually,
Large.
large.
No, nothing specific. It was just sort of written down that, from what has been seen before, that it is a fairly significant size.
Understandable. Okay. So there are two basic ideas that I have for actually managing to hunt this. One of which involves capturing it alive. If we have some way to trick it into thinking it is the hunter, and we can position it either inside of the truck or another area that we can trap it, we can do so. One of my ideas is based off of our findings and this flash freeze capability. If we can put it, even the bakery, for example, maybe a hunting ground that it's familiar with, if we can trigger the fire sprinkler system or get our hands on some sort of water truck, like a fire truck, if we can make its power its weakness by encapsulating it in its own ice, that's something we might want to look into. Alternatively, I doubt it'll be as easy as putting a hunk of meat inside the truck and waiting for it to go inside and close the door, but something along those lines. And since we don't have a way to superheat an area, a way to essentially drown it until it freezes itself in ice. That's really the best idea I have, but we have no way of knowing where it's going to be or where we can lure it. That I know.
I have to say that's a completely unexpected plan. So in response, I have none.
I mean, all I can do, like, I might be able to make it activate its ice blast.
You can make it activate its ability?
I might be able to. Earlier, and Zeke, and I don't know exactly what Z assumed from this, but earlier it was going to use its tail to send out a large blast of ice towards us, and I looked at it, thought I don't want this to hit us, and it ended up hitting it into the wall instead of at us. I might be able to, if I see it doing that again, expend it as the blast of ice we saw in the bakery rather than as this thing of a cone that it did before.
If we can get just like big water barrels and bring that to an area, if you can have it use that ability and flash freeze the area that it's in with water barrels all around it, we might be able to freeze this thing solid. Or at least put a condition where it is encumbered severely by ice.
My one worry there is that you know, if it has the ability to manipulate ice and things like that, is it can be encumbered by ice, or is it just going to be fine in that kind of environment?
I don't have any better ideas,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah. That is just the one fear I have, where it's like when you guys went to the bakery, like the whole place was covered in ice, and navigating that is not very easy. But it's like from what you've said, like it didn't look like there was like a struggle for it to move. It has claws. It can kind of grip into ice to move.
Yeah.
So
I,
I worry that like flash freeze in the area, like if we put water, like that might not make it more difficult for it. It might just make it difficult for us to get close.
well, water expands. So if we can put water into certain conditions, such as barrels, if it does flash freeze the water in the barrels, it will essentially be blowing itself up.
Fair.
Makes sense to me.
My thoughts were pretty simple. Get it to expend itself. And set it on fire.
That could also work. Unfortunately, you're the only one with fire.
You can't set things on fire.
I can blow stuff up with force.
I see. Better that way.
Fire tends to be kind of dangerous.
I agree. Sometimes it's necessary.
Sure.
So, the bakery. Do we have any reason to suspect that the blast radius might be containable within a bakery? As in, was it possible this thing used said nova inside the bakery?
Considering that everything was covered in some amount of ice in there, I believe that's what happened. Because from I don't know what you guys saw in the alleyway before it followed you, but it like when it attacked us with its blast of ice, it was just a singular cone that hit the wall. It wasn't a like covering every wall and like a layer of it.
Well,
So I
that
feel like what
raises
happened.
some it raises some extra questions. However, if we have reason to believe that its nova can be contained within a relatively small building, then we have an idea of our blast radius.
Mhm.
If you guys would like to go back and investigate the bakery, now with that knowledge, you can, and you can get a definite on that if you so desire. That is something to keep in mind. You can always go reinvestigate an area with new knowledge.
Yeah, I don't think it would be harmful to go back to the bakery to get a bit more information about that. Um,
One
but
thing,
also the thing we have to worry about is it's still in the area somewhere. And if
yes,
the bakery is its hunting ground or nearby it, we just have to be on watch for that.
we have to come to a decision soon. This wasn't defending itself, it was actively hunting when we were attacked.
That is correct. It
So,
it jumped down from the roofs to try to attack us.
since it did not get food, it will and likely has still been looking for its next meal. And before that's some other unfortunate person, we should make sure that we are, at the very least, still its primary target. Because unlike the average baker, we are able and capable to defend ourselves.
It seems we need to find some water barrels quickly.
Shouldn't be hard enough.
Mhm.
Cool. We're gonna take a quick, like a quick 5 minutes. I need to go to the bathroom and get some more water real quick. So we'll take a
Okay.
quick 5 minutes, and then we will jump right back into things, and we will start the next portion of this with you guys. Now that Enlil has been treated, and you guys have discussed this next part of the plan, this is now sunset, as you guys have sort of taken some time to do some extra research and heal
Mhm.
up. So we are reaching the end of the first half of your guys' time. So, quick 5 minutes, and then we will jump right back into things. I'm going to jump down into waiting room and then hop back up.
Alright.
And we will be right back, friends. Let me give y'all a little something thematic to listen to. I am back. Let's jump back in with the friends.
I'm good luck
Hello.
sometimes, you know. I only
Hello.
dealt 4 harm to a hunter last.
Only
Excuse
4.
me.
It was only 4. Well, no, yeah, it was 3. It was 4 to the creature and 3 to the hunter.
It was a little accident. Just a funny little
Yeah, it was
accident.
it was a 1 harm effect that dealt 3 harm.
See, I took it into interpretation because of the
Oh no, that's
situation that it was
oh
a
that's
1 harm difference.
no, it's 1 harm on a target. I'm like, that's fair that you like it chain reactions happen. It made sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't.
Is everybody back yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think you were the only one who left.
Okay.
I'm in fact back. Never went
Eggs.
somewhere.
Excellent. Let us continue. Okay, let me jump this back over. Okay, so next segment of time. What is everybody doing to prepare?
Mr. Sutton is loading barrels of compact water from the back of his truck.
Okay, where did you get these?
Um,
Where did you go to acquire such things?
hmm.
You can't
Is
just
Middle
say
Tower
you,
not able to
you
supply?
can't just say Middle Tower doesn't necessarily have big barrels of water just laying around. Where are you going to get these?
Hmm.
You could go to the bone docks. They probably have some.
Yeah, there's got to be a place
They
with
probably would.
barrels and water.
I mean, the bone docks is the port, and they probably have some extra barrels lying around somewhere. So
Might be
Request
able
help
to.
or gear from agency. Okay, I'll do that.
What was that?
Uh, one of my moves is deal with the agency. I can request help or gear. So I'm going to request the agency gets me a fire truck.
We'll stick with the barrels for now,
Damn.
since you already have your truck. Is there anything you have to roll for that?
I have to
Deal with
roll a
it.
sharp and try not to roll low.
Okay, roll plus sharp.
I succeed.
Mixed success.
On a, I'll link it.
Oh, there we go.
Mr. Sun, can you join me in a solo call real quick? We have
Yes.
discussion.
Okay.
Everybody take a quick hop down to the waiting room, who is not Mr.
Oh, okay.
Sun. Yes'm. Mr. Sun, you take a drive over to the agency with Miss Vega. You take this trip solo, knowing that you are going to have to have some sort of discussion with them, and judging on how you have not completed the task yet that they have given you, you don't quite know how this conversation is going to go, especially with you trying to request something from them before that.
Yeah.
So, you head over, and let me bring up some names real quick, because there we go. I have
Because it's all
pin.
nonsense. Yep.
You come into contact with Mr. Algol. You sort of call ahead and request a meeting, knowing that you are going to need some supplies. And this is probably going to scare the shit out of the other players, but it'll be funny nonetheless. Where is the song that I'm thinking of here? Is it... it's one of the less tense ones. That one's not it. Is it? I think it's that. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Do I even have it on this list? I do. Is this the right song? No, it isn't. Very cool. Let me flip through some songs here until I find the thing that I'm looking for. Think. Oh, okay. I found it. Okay. You step in with your agency and a Mr. Algol. You walk into his room and he is facing away and turns his chair as you walk in and says, Mr. Sun, please take a seat.
Yes, sir. He does as much.
So, how have things been going with this mission you are currently on? And have you done what we asked as of yet?
Not yet. The conditions have not been suitable for such a request, and I believe that it is still very possible, considering the creature that we are dealing with is not from here and is incredibly dangerous. In fact, we had to abandon it in the middle of a hunt in the middle of downtown. So it is very likely that these conditions may have already occurred, sir.
This is good to hear. Good to hear that you are doing what you can to assist here at Celestine. And now, may I ask what you need from us?
Yes, I need few barrels of water, large barrels of water, probably 50-gallon drums. Maybe 4 of them should do. And if possible, maybe a means of navigating or using the fire hydrant outside on the streets outside of the initial hunting spot.
We can see what we can pull for the second part, but we can definitely get you those barrels of water. That's not too difficult. We will have those loaded into your truck. Mr. Sun, make sure that you get done what we asked. It is imperative. Do I make myself clear?
Very clear, very clear. There is one thing I would like to add, and it is that this specific group I am working with involves Enlil, whom you may remember during my report for the meeting with her a couple of years back.
Ah, yes.
Is the individual who had bested me in combat. And it seems that she has even still picked up a few new tricks and abilities. So, the current conditions is I am working with a group of people that are quite capable in this current task. But I will go out of my way if need be to ensure that the request is made. Sir.
Well, whatever you must do.
Then I'll be on my leave. Mr. Algol, thank you again.
Excellent. Meet up with Mr. Sargus, and he will set you up with those barrels.
Okay. And with that, Mr. Sun heads off.
Excellent.
Oh boy.
You are now loaded up with those. Let's can you do me a favor real quick and go snag everybody up? Doop 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 doop. Excellent. Mr. Sun has done his task and he has done it solo. What are the rest of you doing? He has gone to get water barrels and he reports back to you that he has been successful in doing so.
Where are we? So we're still at Middle Tower with this?
Unless you guys took off somewhere before hearing back from him. So sort of decide what you would like to do.
I mean, the general idea was that we were going to look at the bakery, so we probably could have started doing that, like, while he went to get the water stuff, because I don't expect that we would have... Like, we wouldn't be tracking down this creature yet. I think we were trying to figure out some more about, like, how the blast worked and, like, any stuff about the bakery in relation to new information.
So go as a group of 3 and go check out the bakery. Got 'em here.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. You all head down there and are able to arrive back at the address, no problem. Who would like to roll something to see?
How about this? The water barrels don't work. I will burn it.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, as long as we can get it to do the big blast, that's all we need to do to be able to damage it. Knowing about the blast in question, like that probably, like, the fact that the blast had shot at us that I redirected doesn't match the damage to this bakery. Would I be able to use magic to absorb another time and try to focus on when the blast went off? Try to see that time.
Good idea.
Yeah, you could. Roll me some use magic.
And yeah, the +1 is not wasted because this is actually probably good information. Hey, whoa, that was good that I had the +1.
Let's go. That is a full success thanks to your studying. You manage to give yourself another little flashback, this time directed within the bakery, and you see you see what caused the little tornado to run through the bakery, as you see the significant, well, I wouldn't say significantly smaller, but quite a bit smaller salamander, the steel-tongued salamander, sprinting around the bakery with the marten in tow. As it is trying to bite down on it, the steel-tongued salamander is launching its tongue, like taking steps back, launching its tongue, and then running towards somewhere where it can take cover again as the marten leaps. And it is this game of sort of cat and mouse as the steel-tongued salamander leads it around. And in a fit of rage, as the tongue stabs into it for a 4th or 5th time, it lifts its tail directly up, and you start to see a charge as it starts to grow or glow white. Much brighter than when you guys were in the alleyway with it and it did the little blast along the wall, or the cone along the wall. And you see this explosion outward as the salamander runs up to the vent and sneaks through it before it goes off, as this sphere of ice blasts out and onto the street as well. As you can see, it is mostly contained within the walls, but the window that was blown out, the ice spreads across the street and onto the building across the street, or across the walkway. So you can sort of get an idea that the explosion could be much, much larger, but it is possible for it to be contained, and it doesn't have much force to back it. It's more everything within line of sight is flash frozen, is how it works. That is the information that you gather.
And will open their eyes again, kind of regain where they are. So one thing that we should definitely alert Middle Tower of at some point. The salamander is not dead. It seemed to have escaped its initial being chased by the marten, but some stuff I did see about the marten is that when it did its attack, first off, the tail was raised upward and started to glow brighter than what we saw before. So that's an indication of when it's going to do that attack. It did that in response to several hits of the tongue from the salamander. So it had to be provoked. It took several hits before it actually attacked with that. And then the glass that's partially outside of the window here was from the blast. It extends slightly farther than the room, right, like the bakery, but it can be concealed by like walls and stuff. Like it didn't do any damage to anywhere except for the way the glass was. So if we can put some stuff around it to kind of limit its area, like walls of some sort, it should be able to limit how far the explosion goes. Uh, but it can, in theory, cover a large area if it is not stopped. Like it was able to dust a little bit on the building across the street, but only on the side of the glass.
Well, that seems like all the information that we can get from here.
Yeah, it's like it is good to know. It's like it is a large blast, but it does not seem to be able to like break down like stone walls or stuff like that. Like given we're not going to build a stone wall and be able to trap it that way, but like it
Containable.
can, yeah, it can be contained, and that's the best part. The one thing, the salamander is definitely something we should be a bit worried about the fact that it's still out there, but it's that not the biggest concern right now. Just something that also should be noted.
Um, Enlil and Z, if you would like to, there is still some time, or if you guys want to sort of wander as a group somewhere else to spend your actions, you may as well. Since the two of you still haven't done anything up to this point.
No, I do not believe I can think of anything to prep for this.
Yeah, I feel really empty-handed here.
Alrighty.
I'm sorry, I'm taking all the lore. I'm sorry.
No, you
I'm
are
glad
doing
you
what
can, because I can't.
Yes, you are doing what you were good at. That is what's important. Alright, let's skip to when you all regroup with Mr. Sun.
Yeah, I would inform
is
Mr.
this
Sun of the
is
same
this
stuff.
at Middle Tower? I would assume.
Probably the bakery.
The bakery? Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we would have told him ahead of time, like we're going to like
Mm-hmm.
like it would have been discussed when he went to get the water. It's like we're gonna go check out this because that was something that was discussed earlier before he left.
Yeah.
So it's probably just assumed that like we just told him like, hey, just meet us here because you have a truck, so
Okay.
you can get.
Could I have also grabbed a new phone?
No.
Hell.
Smiles. Suffer the consequence of your actions. Anywho's it's
There.
not currently. You will have one, of course, by next hunt though. So cool. Let's get down to business then. As begins to turn to dusk. What is your group's plan of attack?
From what it seemed, it is a hunter. It is in pursuit of meat. Um, so we probably should set up something like if it wants to be like one of us wants to stand there as like the bait, we could, but I don't think that's safe because we don't. Because ideally, we want to be able to corner it in some way behind things that can hold the punch of the explosion.
Mm.
Um, so
Well, I can already say with absolute certainty that this thing definitely hates me.
I mean,
Um,
it attacked all of us.
it that's true, and it already has a taste for and Lil as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like any of it will also the fact that the salamander escaped. It's like they're like it didn't get fed earlier either.
Oh, I think the salamander is dead. We found.
Oh yeah, from what I saw, it did escape though. Like so, like
Oh no, we
even
found a
yeah.
corpse.
No, I was saying even after the blast, like it still like had some anger into it. So it's like that's also why I'm like I don't think like putting one of us in a corner for it to then follow us into. I don't think that's a good idea because it is like even after it does its blast, it is still angry and capable of hunting. Apparently,
Well, we need to lead it to an area and
Mhm.
then entice it to use that. Like, it's not going to just use that ability.
Perhaps.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it didn't. Yeah, it seemed to be. It had to be provoked. Like the salamander hit it a few times with its tongue before it decided to use the blast. But we don't. I don't know how long it takes for it to get provoked. Like what triggers it.
Z
I
takes
mean,
out their crossbow. Well,
that's a good start. Um, that'll
We have
probably
any way
do.
to attract it. I would be very good at leading it. I just don't know how I would get it on my trail.
Miss, do I have to be able to see something to jinx it, or do I just have to know about it?
I would say see it.
Okay, not do that yet then.
Well, we need to know where it's going to be, first of all. We need to know its hunting path.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can figure out where to lay the trap, we can work from there.
I mean, I could try to see if it's currently hunting something.
It's, it's
Sure.
been in the same area for at least 24 hours, right?
Yes.
I would have attacked last night, so yeah, around then.
Unless it's left the locale, it should still be in northern Night Knot.
Hmm. Yeah, but the specifics. There's a lot of alleyways. I could attempt to have a hunch on where it is currently hunting. Unless someone has a better idea.
But once we find it, how will we lure it?
It chases us.
Hmm.
Like if I can find the general location it is, we set up something fairly close by to where I think it is, and then whoever wants to be the lore just takes like has it follow them.
I do not think I would be a very good rule. Ah, lure just to toss in.
I mean that's also like I don't want to put someone in the situation of being a lore for it. If someone doesn't like it, obviously I don't like you've already been bitten by it. And clearly it is a
It
very
plays to my
dangerous.
strengths.
Yeah, but yeah, it clearly is more dangerous than the things we all faced before. So I don't want to force someone to like put themselves in a situation to be attacked by it. But like that is a way to get it let out. It may also just know like it may be hunting us. We don't know necessarily. Um, it seems fairly intelligent, and that's an issue because for all the planning we do, it might be having its own way of hunting that we might not be able to counteract.
Based off what it has seen of us, it might hunt based on the patterns that we've done so far. So far, all we've done is run and leave it behind. So, with that under consideration, and Lil, if it's smart enough to determine what its prey is capable of, I don't think it would really waste its time on you.
Yeah, I mean, if
I
it's
suppose you raise a good point.
if it's intelligent and it saw you not only make yourself disappear, but also Mr. Sun, I don't know if it would necessarily focus on you.
And
Me, on the
I
other hand,
once
it
again
thinks it's
point out that teleporting is not common knowledge.
yeah. That's why I didn't specifically say
Oh, okay, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
yeah.
Well, the point you were able to get out of there. Like he's seen you guys get like it turned its attention away from us and went towards you, and you guys were able to get out. We weren't pursued, but you guys were able to get away from it.
We
So,
outpaced it.
Yeah.
but it was able to pretty thoroughly trap me. So if it thinks I'm easy prey without friends around, then well, maybe this time I'll be a little better at running, and I can actually lead it to the area that we designate for the trapping grounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't want to like if you're offering to be the bait for it or the lure for it, yeah, that also like if you don't, you've already been almost attacked by it. Like I'm not gonna say you have to put yourself through that again if you don't want to.
Part of the job is doing stuff like this on the regular.
It's understandable.
Besides, Emil, you've already gotten hurt today, because of me, even. So, best to, just in case it doesn't come after me and it decides to go after these two, it'll be best to have some muscle around to keep them safe. But in the meantime, I think we turn the bakery into the actual trap. Familial hunting grounds. I assume it has a back door.
The bakery?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it does.
Okay. So we set up the bakery. I can lead it into the bakery. We can have our little scuffle inside with it. And right when it's about to blast, we exit the back door and it freezes itself.
Yeah, that's fair. The one thing I will have as a concern though is before the blast was able to be like held back a little bit by the glass and like not do much damage for us. With the glass fully gone though, that's an open side, so I don't know how much damage the blast would do in that direction.
Good to know.
So we might want to like make sure that some of the water barrels are like stacked high enough that it won't like it may knock over the barrels at most, but like it's not going to like it's not going to go past that. Like
Okay.
that, yeah, that's my one thing. You know, do as much as much like keep it all enclosed as possible.
So in that case, I guess we start setting up the bakery. If any of you magic users have a way of determining its current location, that would be pretty helpful.
I mean, I could attempt. Well, I mean, my stuff is more of if someone's in danger. I can't. I can attempt to perceive it, but with no knowledge of exactly where it is, I don't know how easy I'd be able to pinpoint it. I would need more of a general idea of it.
Well, feel free to try and roll like
Yeah, it's like
Your hunch?
knowing. Yeah, I was gonna say knowing that it was hunting us before, or at least it was pursuing us on the roofs and then jumped down to attack us. I would attempt to have a hunch to see if it is about to attack us, or if it is harming someone somewhere we were not. Um,
Ah,
this one that I want? No, it's
I wanted
not.
to roll to read a bad situation as well.
Okay. I will give you a quick second to do that. Alright, after I do this now?
What?
No, that's not the one that I want. Why am I so bad at finding the specific song? I really need to listen to these a little bit more. No, is it Star Jump? No, I got this. I believe. It's not Scattered. I already played Scattered. Fear of the Unknown then. Yeah, here we go. As soon as you sort of focus in on this hunch, you feel a chill run up your spine and you see in front of you a pub, not too far off. Just a few alleys down on one of the more marketable streets. You see a local pub, and you see a shadow flash over the street, and you open your eyes and you're back here.
Guys, there's a pub close by that I think it's going to attack. Can who thinks they could get its attention and get back here?
definitely.
Yeah.
Get the barrel set up.
Mhm.
I'll be right back with it.
I imagine Enlo would take her sword, just while it's sheathed, and just like touch what is the very back end of the sword? Is it called the butt?
Pommel.
Just like
Pommel.
touch that to Mr. Sun's chest and say, "You better outpace that monster. And if you need help, call my name."
Nods and starts sprinting in the direction of the pub. All the while, I'm drawing a gun.
Does anybody else go with or follow up? The three of you stay back.
Plan was for him to be bait.
Yeah, it's like if one of you wants to go with him as well, like you can, but also these water barrels are big and we need to make sure there as many of them are in place as possible.
I'm gonna set up the water barrels.
Yeah. Let's set the trap.
Okay, you guys start taking the time to do that. You aren't directly under any sort of pressure, so I'm not going to make you roll anything for it. I will say you simply set them up. Mr. Sun, you start tearing down the alley, and M gave you a quick, direction on where to go from the That's So Raven-esque sort of vision they just had. You start tearing down the alleyways, and you see this pub, and you see the shadow flash over the street just like M described. What do you
Okay.
do?
Remember my orders.
You see on the roof, which is fairly high up. Again, these several story high buildings. This pub is on the bottom floor of it. But you hear quite a bit of commotion coming out of it. There must be some sort of event going on, and this noise has attracted attention as the Martin falls from the roofs onto the ground level and now stands in front of the building. in the shadows. Not quite in the front, in the alleyway next to the building, and you can
What's
tell
good,
it is
playa? Talk to me.
going to make its move and break into it shortly.
Fuck. Mr. Sun takes cover in one of the alleys and watches it.
Are you keeping eye on it, or are you sort of
Yeah,
turning your back?
Keeping eye on it and gun drawn and pointed in its general direction while having a mental battle with himself.
You hear and see glass shatter as this thing runs into the street and preps its hind legs and leaps at the thin glass pane, breaking into the pub, and you hear an immediate scream as
He rushes in.
the scream you can see as you run up is from a man who has been now pinned to the ground by this thing as it bites his neck.
Okay, I would like to use any of my abilities. Let's see. Leave no one behind. In combat, when you help someone escape, maybe get its attention by shooting it first.
Roll me what is the specific thing you have to roll for that?
That is sharp.
Okay. Roll that for me as the panic runs over the pub and everybody starts running out of it.
All right. So I have the option. Oh God. Here are my options. You get them out clean.
You choose either get them out or
Suffer no harm. Oh, this is such a punch in the dick to the organization. I hope I don't die. I'm going to choose to get them out.
Okay.
And I would like to, while doing it, say middle tower agency, like coming in and like, I don't know, vault in and try to help.
You jump in and how exactly are you trying to save the one who is pinned?
And yeah.
How exactly do you try to get this thing off? Do you just pop a few shots off? Try to alert it?
Would that stop it from biting him? Because if so, then yeah. If not, then I guess kick it in the head. I don't know. Like the best option is probably like run up and like grab its head to make sure it doesn't bite the guy.
Okay. It had already been like biting him.
Oh.
It bit the shoulder, but it didn't quite hit its mark of the neck, which it rears its head back to go for another, and you come in and wrap like both of your arms, because this thing is huge. It takes like all of you to pull up and make this thing hit the floor as it takes another bite, and you sort of like push on it enough that one of its legs come up, and the man is able to free himself and run away. Start running away. As you are doing this, as you sort of make contact with this thing's fur and put so much of your body on it, you feel your whole body start to sort of freeze up, as you are in close contact with it. And
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It is cold, isn't it?
That's a cold beastie.
you take you take one harm, as I will say your flak vest manages to stop your chest and your internals from freezing, but you will take a -1 forward to your next roll as you feel sort of your arms and upper torso are fairly numb. And this thing just, as soon as the man gets out from under it, it swings its head and you come off.
Okay.
What do you do?
I start running. That's option number 1. Everyone's cleared the area, I imagine?
Yes, they are now tearing off through the streets.
Okay.
The man you just saved included.
And I'm gonna be like hollering and like saying like, over here, come on, you remember me, right? And like making sure that it's actually following me, but also like hauling ass because it's a giant weasel.
Roll act under pressure.
Oh boy, I'm great at those.
Uh-oh. Don't say that. Don't say like.
Every time you have said that, you have rolled a fail, and I just want you to know that.
Oh my god.
Okay, cool.
It's a -1, which is still a 10.
You manage to fully succeed. And this thing starts chasing you down as you book it through the alleyways, and it gets close to your ankles and your back, and you feel a burst of cold air as it charges up its tail and swings it down, and you see just the flash freeze effect behind you as you turn a corner. And this thing, being as big as it is starting to catch up with you. I would say you are probably over halfway there. Think of something Mr. Sun can do to put a little bit more distance and get through.
Well, I haven't used your grenade yet.
Oh no. Oh no.
Is there like a fire hydrant actually up ahead?
Honestly, I would say nowhere really near. You are in back alleys right now, so.
I'm in back alleys, okay.
Yes, you are taking the most direct path to get
Well, I
over
can't set a grenade off in an alley.
Uh-oh.
Dude, you set a grenade off in a fucking pot, like.
Yeah,
Yeah, in a park.
in a park where nobody's building would collapse on them.
Oh, fair. I'm saying you've put it off in a smaller space before.
Yeah.
Time is ticking, Mr. Sun. This thing is gaining on you.
Okay. God, do I have to really set off a grenade again? It's literally my only option. Alright, I guess so.
Not your own.
He's gonna take a grenade in hand and prime it. Well, I guess it's grenade launcher. And does it look like there's anywhere that he can fire it that'll do the least amount of damage?
These are
Like,
tall
is there-
buildings and close alleys.
Yes and no. Wow.
You can choose to
Really?
hit low or hit high. That's
Oh,
pretty much
boy.
it.
Why did we summon one magic guy to fucking get this thing to pursue?
Are you trying to hit it directly, or are you putting it between you and the monster? That is going to determine if this is an act under pressure or a kick some ass roll.
Active under pressure, so it's gonna be a between me and the monster.
Okay.
Like, is there like a garbage can or something that I could like stuff it in while passing?
Haha, there's some thinking. Yeah, I would say you managed to find you see like a dumpster or something.
Okay.
as you pass
I'm
by.
gonna yeet it in a dumpster and hope it doesn't go off when I'm next to it, but when I'm past it.
Okay, roll act under pressure.
I'm great at these.
Don't say that.
Oh,
That's a 3.
I will say, I will take the most interesting option here and say this succeeds, but your one worry is what actually happens, and you prime this grenade and you drop it in the dumpster, and you are not able to make enough space between you and this dumpster before it goes off, and you take 2 harm as shrapnel from the dumpster hits you like in the back of the leg.
Power through it and keep going.
Did we hear that?
Yes, this is
Okay.
somewhat near. Like I said, he was over halfway over, and it wasn't that far. So yes, you hear the explosion in a somewhat nearby alleyway, and you do manage to get yourself a little bit of space between you and this monster. You see the back door of the bakery ahead of you in this alleyway, and this thing is pursuing somewhat closely behind.
I'm just gonna shout, "Get ready, coming in hot!" and barrel into the bakery.
The 3 of you, are you in the bakery right now? What are your positions?
I'm gonna be a
Probably-
little bit off to the side, I think.
I'm probably
Yeah, a little bit outside.
right at the door frame, practically.
Okay.
Huh?
The back door or the front door?
Whichever door Mr. Sun is coming through.
Okay, back door then. Cool. So, and then the other 2 are you guys sort of outside the building, I would assume on the same side as the broken glass, like
Mhm.
around the front
Yeah,
door?
like able to see the door, but not like be inside the bakery.
Okay, cool. And you see Mr. Sun tear through this wall, his back left leg sort of fucked up, and you hear claws scratching pavement somewhere behind. What do you do?
I was expecting the creature would be closer and I would just simply roll protect someone as soon as he got inside.
It is definitely close. It is like about to come through this door. So, are you just going to sort of preemptively try to protect Mr. Sun
Yeah.
as this thing tears through? Okay. Mr. Sun sort of stumbles to your side, and this thing lunges forward at him as it comes through the doorway. It sort of barely fits through this doorway as well. Roll protect someone.
It's a weasel.
That's a big fucking weasel. That is a 13. That is a
13.
full success. You manage to protect, so you may take one of the extra effects as it comes through the door. What would you like to choose?
Suffer little harm.
You manage to put your sword in between the Martin and Mr. Sun, as well as yourself, and as this thing claws forward, as it's not able to really bite, you manage to, between you and your armor, you block all of the harm that it would have done.
Excellent. I imagine this perfect parry. I wish I had like a gift for this. A perfect parry.
Careful, it's about to respond with a gift. Parry this motherfucker, and then it's gonna freeze all of us.
As it's able to now get the rest of its body in, it sort of pushes you back, Enlil, as you trade places with Mr. Sun. And it has now pushed itself into this sort of kitchen area. And you can see it spinning its tail, getting ready to do sort of another cone of ice. I would say M and Z, you are able to sort of see into this open kitchen area from the front, since it's like a glass front. You were able to see this thing come in and see this situation.
Where are Enlil and Mr. Sun in relation to this thing?
Enlil is in front of it. Mr. Sun is off to the side, but they are both in between you and this, and it is aiming the cone sort of at everybody here.
So forcing it to do its big blast would be bad now. God. I will attempt. I mean, yeah, I would try to attempt what I did earlier, knowing a bit more about how it's like seeing its first it do this attack before, and then also seeing what the big blast is like. Try to jinx it and interfere with what it's doing again to make it miss the blast.
Okay.
I was just gonna say I'll attempt to stop it. Yeah.
Up to either of you.
What do you mean by stop it? Yeah. What do you mean by stop it? Just so I'm aware.
Just make it stop.
Which wants to do the Cheshire?
Nope.
Oh.
I mean, if you're saying you can make it stop, that's better than what I was gonna do.
What are you rolling? Z.
That.
I fucking spell it. I don't know. Alright, roll plus weird.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Would I be able to attempt to help using
help?
weird? Yeah, would I be able to? Would helping out use like the normal thing, or would it be using weird because it's a magical?
It would be the normal thing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll attempt to help out. Being how I don't know how to roll help out. I've never done. There we go. I'll attempt to do it.
A mixed success.
Gives a +1, but makes me exposed to danger.
So you sort of see what what is the most interesting way to do this? First of all, Z, you take you take 1 harm, as the 7 to 9 effect suggests. And I will say probably the best way to do this is as you sort of channel into what Z is doing and sort of haphazardly try to help them, you also take that same 1 harm.
It happened last time I tried to help out, I guess.
As it goes to do the cone, it fizzles. And it like points its tail forward like it's going to do the ice blast, and nothing comes out. And it is actively perturbed by this. And Enlil and Mr. Sun, what would you like to do?
Kick some ass.
All right, roll kick some
Oh, I
ass.
thought we were trying to get out of the way.
We need it to suffer some harm first.
Okay.
But yes, very soon.
Yeah, it looked like damaging it was what happened to Vision, so.
Here we go.
Woo!
And
That is a full success. What would you like to do? What would you like your extra effect to be?
Suffer less harm.
Good choice. Getting up close and personal, especially after blocking that first hit, it sort of backs up to try to do its tail thing, and after seeing it didn't work and getting sort of perturbed, it lunges forward at you again, and as it lunges, you are able to get a clean strike off of it. Let me write down damage. And you were able to get a clean strike off. However, it tries to bear its claws down on you, but you are able to sort of parry its head to the side, and it only catches your shoulder with one of its fangs, and you take 1 harm. That is already reduced from your armor and stuff, so.
Okay.
Okay. Is it in a good position that if it were to flash freeze itself, it would be close enough to the barrels to trigger them?
You have. It is somewhat hard to say. At least for your particular character's knowledge, how close or far away it has to be. So,
In that case,
since you were not able to see it directly.
the only thing that I can safely do is look where the barrels are, figure out where would be the most ideal position, and try to lead it there. So I'm gonna stand roughly where that is, raise my gun, and shoot it. Try to get it to come over to me. And hope in little nose to get us both the fuck out of there. Kick some ass. I'm not great at this. I mean, I'm great at this.
I'm not good at this. Rolls a 3. I'm good at this. Rolls a 3. I'm not good at this. Rolls an 11. All right.
Also, Enlil, I wanted to mention, did you heal up all harm when you were back at getting treated by Jackie?
Yes.
You only healed 1 harm when you were back there, not all.
Oh,
That was my bad if I miscommunicated that to you.
So what are both of y'all at?
I have 2 harm on me right now then.
I have 3.
So you take a shot at this thing. What do you want the extra effect to be, Mr. Sun?
Let me look at them. Gain advantage.
You force them where you want them.
Oh yeah, you force them where you want them. Come over here, bitch. Hug me.
Get over here, shithead.
Yeah, just like, hey, over here, pop, pop. And they take
no.
whatever 2 harm.
It takes the bait as you land 2 clean shots into sort of its neck area, sort of its front, and it sort of pushes Enlil to the side and runs straight towards you. And it manages to swipe at you with one of its claws as you dive out of the way, and you take another 2 harm, reduced by 1. So you take 1 harm, because you have 1 armor.
I'm dying.
Yeah, you're unstable now.
Oh, we gotta get it to start flashing, guys.
Mm-hmm.
We need Mr. Sun out.
Yeah.
That's your job.
This is a new round of turns, so everybody has an action here.
Does the order matter?
No, it doesn't. There is no turn order in this.
Okay. But I think because M is having brief visions to what happened near the end of the last hunt when I did one of my effects and it damaged someone into unstable. So I'm waiting. M is not going to act on what they're going to do until Mr. Sun and or Enlil are out of there.
Oh, can you make it just use its ability?
Might be able to.
Okay. In that case, Mr. Sun will fall back out of the bakery.
So will Z.
That's indeed the plan.
So, Mr. Sun.
Or better yet,
hold the door in a sense of falling out but staying by the door to make sure it can't follow us out.
So, here's what starts to happen as you guys start to enact the plan. Mr. Sun already being sort of next to the door, because that's, you guys set up the water barrels next to like where the glass window was, right? To sort of close that off. That is what you guys were saying.
I mean, there's probably some inside as well.
Yeah.
But make sure it's a closed environment with water and mostly on the one side to block the blast from getting out, but also like there's probably a few like one on each side just to make sure.
Yeah, so that's in front of that window is sort of where you guys wanted it to be. So, Mr. Sun, after you dived out of the way, you are fairly close to the door, and you are able to sort of pull yourself up and get out of the door and get yourself next to M and Z, who are already outside. This leaves Enlil, who was sort of next to it before it pushed her out of the way to get to Mr. Sun, and the monster inside. M. With your, as you mentioned, your flashbacks to the last hunt, you feel anxiety start to build up inside of you as you start to have a panic attack. And the thing that is being asked of you, the thing that the voices in your head are whispering, is for you to do something about this monster now. And you see it start to wind its tail up, and it is pointed towards Mr. Sun, and Enlil is still in the building. So you can choose to either, of course, ignore this and start to lose your powers, or you can follow through with this.
I'm going to listen to the voices, and I'm going to attempt to jinx it and interfere with what it does to make sure this big blast goes off.
Roll Jinx. So roll plus weird.
Can I roll to help out on this?
Even if you did, it wouldn't
yeah.
bring, M over.
All right.
So you see, what happens
On a miss, the keeper holds 2 over you to be used in the same way.
Okay. So as you start to see M have this breakdown next to you, and you see M's eyes start to glow as they try to do something, and then they sort of shut down completely. Mr. Sun, of course, coming out of the door, you also see this.
So it visibly looks like he's failing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, M is not. They're very.
Which means if we don't figure something out, Enlil's going to be a popsicle.
Right.
Well, this thing is doing a focused blast, and with Mr. Sun being the one who last provoked it, it is trying to aim out the door at where Mr. Sun just went. So, I would say with Mr. Sun actively trying to get out and sort of using his action to retreat, it is up to Enlil and Z to sort of do something here.
I'm about ready to hit the protect someone button. Unless
Z
Z
will-
has any bright ideas.
Z would just attempt to stop them again.
Okay, roll me plus weird. It goes to cast and it fizzles a second time. This time with no harm coming to Z. As Z sort of looks like they're getting the hang of this action towards the Martin. Enlil, what do you do? Or do you continue your retreat outside?
What is the creature doing right now?
It has just fizzled its attack, and it is looking angrier than the first time it got its attack fizzled. Its ice fizzled. It has not started another action yet. You
Seems
pretty much have to
strong.
decide if you want to be inside or outside right now.
I swear this creature needs to stay inside. I just
Yeah.
don't know if I can guard the door. Although it seemed to have trouble getting in at the start. So maybe I'll have trouble getting out too. We could use the door as a choke point. It also has trouble pointing its tail in small doorways. So
Oh.
yeah, I think I'll run to the door.
Wait. Does it, even though it's pissed, does it still look like it's gonna follow me?
I would say it has turned its attention from you. It doesn't know what's fizzling its tail, but the closest thing to it is Enlil right now. So I would say it
Okay.
is focused on her in its rage.
And I escape just beyond the threshold of the door and then hold my stance right at the door frame.
Would you like to roll? I would say the most appropriate thing would be kick some ass as it tries to initiate on you, as it tries to run at you.
Gladly.
That is a success. I will say, it is now sort of starting to run out of the air, like, it is now out of the initial blast area that you guys wanted it to be in, so putting it where you want it would be, like, that is definitely on the table right now.
I actually have an idea. If I'm still able to, like, move and act.
Well, first, what do you want to do with your, with the extra effect, Enlo?
Well, it sounds like force where I want is the correct option, but I'm very curious to know what Early is talking about.
I was hoping if you can keep it there, I can run across or run around and just roll one of the barrels into the the doorway area that it's getting itself stuck in.
Would you like to act under pressure and start doing this? And we can sort of hold the extra effect from Enlil as this thing collides with her blade, trying to get to her.
Oh yeah.
Cool. You manage to slide that barrel behind. So,
Sounds like I'm about to suffer less harm.
Yeah.
as it is trying to bite at you again, you manage to sort of deflect it, but not completely, as it is able to sort of nip at your arm as it goes. So take another 1 harm.
It's 3. I'm still in this fight.
And you deal another big chunk of damage to it. It is at this
Flashing
point.
sword of protection.
It is at this point that it sort of like, as you parry it to the side, it rears its head up and sort of pushes you backwards, like a little bit away from it, and it raises its tail straight up in the air, and you see it start to glow.
I'm gonna turn 90 degrees and put a wall between us and it.
So you like jump out the door and like slam it, essentially? Is that what you're doing?
Sure, I thought I was already outside.
Okay, I was just
like slicing in the door. I was just saying, like, if we are on either side of the threshold of the door, I am diving to the side to make sure that the wall of the building is
Okay.
between me and it.
Since you are all sort of out in the open, the front side of this shop right now, I am going to have everybody make an initial act under pressure roll as you try to get out. Or if you have something else that you'd like to do with like use magic, then that is also an option.
Wait, I thought I was already out.
You are outside of the building. You are still in the like blast zone, as this thing is right in front of the glass window, or the glass pane and glass door.
All right, then I would
about
like
to
to
blast.
put up a shield.
Okay, so you can use magic. And M, you can also do something here to attempt to get away.
Just looking at the magic stuff I could do. Yeah, I can't say any magic things I specifically can do to get out of here, so I guess I'll act under pressure.
Actually,
What's up?
I'm just looking at something. What is the specific effect that you are trying to do here, Z, under the effect list?
Huh. I was trying to block damage, but it seems...
Yes, that is not...
Yeah, because the only way I blocked damage earlier was barring a place from a type of creature, so I just put a barrier above us. But
I will say that you are not sure if you can block this blast with any sort of magic that you can do. You are not sure if that is something that you are capable of. You may be able to lessen it, but you are not sure if that is something that you are capable of doing.
Idea. Run really fast. Do one thing that is beyond human limitations.
Okay. Yep. I will let that be the case. So with that, you manage to like think about trying to make some sort of barrier between you and it, and then on a second thought, you refocus that energy, and you sprint over with Enlil like to the side of the building. M and Mr. Sun.
as someone who has seen the blast in the vision and has blocked the weight of it with the, like, would I be able to do it that? Would I be able to attempt to use magic to do that though, to block the blast, or no? As someone who's seen the blast in the vision. Because it's not technically a creature, but it's like, that's why I don't know if that would count.
I would say, actually, based on how the last interaction went, since you still did not successfully, like, make it do what you were trying to do, you tried to, but you did not successfully do it. So you are having, you realize immediately that you are having problems utilizing your magic right now.
Okay.
So do me a
That's
favor
fair.
and probably roll act under pressure as,
That's it. Yep.
yeah.
Just normal act under pressure. Nothing.
Yep.
All right. Made sure. You. Yep. That's what I expected.
Mr. Sun, what would you like to do?
So it has a barrel under it.
Yes.
It is raising its tail and getting ready to blast,
Yes.
which will be a cone in front of it, as I've been told.
No, it is a radius, as you have been told, from this nova.
Oh,
Yes.
oh. So it doesn't know it's about to blow up a barrel behind it.
No. You see a stranded M as M goes to run and stumbles.
Still overtaken by the kind of parent fear I had in the last encounter with this thing.
Okay. So M's about to go get Frosty.
Yes.
Okay. Oh. There. I would have to go all the way around the building in order to get to M then, huh?
No. Oh, you're like out with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You guys are all in the same, because you pushed one of the barrels that was, I'm assuming, like up front with you guys behind it while
Okay.
Enlil was confronting it. So yes, you are both up front.
Okay. Then I would like to help someone escape. I'm gonna run up and grab M and stuff him in a dumpster nearby if I can.
Leave no one behind. Roll for me.
Ha 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 ha! I leveled.
Yeah, I also got a level in my last roll, but I'm waiting to see if I get more experience.
Damn, guys.
I mean, I don't think it matters if I level because I might just die.
Yeah. The thing I realized is if I succeeded at the role I was asked to do, I get experience. If I fail, I get experience because I didn't do, because it's below a 6. So I was like, well, either way, I level up.
Would either
No.
of the two of you like to use a luck?
I think I can.
I suppose I don't have any moves left to use right now. As I use my move to dodge.
Did you already? Oh, I guess you. Yeah, I guess you haven't really. I mean, you had that initial. No, you would have something that you can do, Enlil. I would say you probably had the most time out of anybody to do something after deflecting it and having it start doing that, since I didn't have your roll act under pressure there. So yes, you see this unfold as you get around the corner of the building, and you see M sort of stumble over and Mr. Sun go to help, but in his injured state he fails to do so. Would you
I wonder
like
if
to
I can simply act under pressure and grab them both and run. Is that something I'm physically capable of doing?
You are fairly large and fairly, I mean, not large, but you are fairly strong, so. You could try.
I'm playing like a scrawny 20-year-old, so you got you.
I
Not that
wish
heavy.
this was a tough roll. Cool. I don't have any extra plus ones here. Physical training from the downtime is only tough rolls, right? Not cool rolls?
Yes. I would... Yeah. Unless you would rather be, rolling protect someone, but with protect someone, it sort of means that you would be getting hit.
It's whatever you.
So it is up to you.
I've thought through my options depending on what Enlil does here. I will respond. So on whether or not luck will be spent.
I wish there was some way I could raise this roll, but all I can do is hope for at least a mixed success.
The fate.
Grab both.
Aha!
That is a full success for Act Under Pressure. You manage to
This is advanced.
grab both of them. M is small enough that you grab M in sort of their crumpled state and literally just like one arm pick up fireman carry in this sort of rush of adrenaline as you sprint across the street, which isn't a very long street as I've discussed. It's a fairly small walkway, but you run over there and you just Mr. Sun being dragged in one hand and M over your shoulder, you crash through with both of them in one of the windows and press up against the wall, taking cover. And just as you go in, you hear that same cracking ice sound that I described before, but like 5 times louder, as the entire inside of the bakery is flash frozen again, along with that entire side of the street just out in a cone. And you see above you this blast of cold air below some of the other like parts of shattered glass down on top of the both of you, on top of the 3 of you, and collide with the opposite wall as it just freezes the whole wall of the room. That whole opposite wall. I will say, Mr. Sun, after being sort of dragged across the ground like that, being in an unstable state, you do take a harm.
You at 5 or 6 now?
I am at 5.
Peering back up over the wall, Enlil, you see that the Hunter Martin is panting heavily and its tail has lowered. And you can now that its fur has sort of calmed down a little bit after expending most of the mana crystals in its tail, you can see some of the blood start to run from like its shoulders and places where you guys have shot and hit it, and it is looking fairly injured.
And it is encased in a block of ice?
You can see its hind legs are thoroughly iced over as the water barrel that was behind it had shattered and sort of halted its movement. So it's going to move, it's going to have a really hard time.
Sounds like where I approach and cut its head off.
This is a new round of actions, so you run up to it.
I guess it would be a kick some ass roll.
Kick Kick some ass.
I don't suppose I get any bonuses for my approach, do I?
You fire forward as you jump through the window. You just like parkour vault over the window, one hand on the windowsill, and swing your legs over, and you feel the wind to your back as you sprint forward. You may take the +1 from your new move.
There it is. +1. Ha! It came in handy.
A mixed success. You manage to hit it. It is on death's door, but not quite dead. And you make that realization as you hit it. And then it brings its head up. And it looks like it's about to strike out at you. If anybody else would like to do something, go for it.
Z only started heading back after it saw the blast. So
Yeah, I mean, you weren't very far off. You would have been, like, just around the corner, I would imagine. So after hearing it, you would probably peek out again. So I would say you'd probably be able to see this situation unfold.
I feel like I should have linked that thing in chat.
You can now if you would like to.
ah.
Huh.
So is it necessary for me to burn this, or is anybody else able to fight?
Right now, what you immediately see is Enla with her sword in the shoulder of this thing, trying to take off its head, and it's not dead, and it is about to tackle her.
Alright. Z grits their teeth and makes a move. Oh, in the chat first.
Hey.
When you use magic to inflict harm, choose
It'll be the second, of course.
3
the
harm, ignore armor, magic. Obvious. Cool. This cone of fire comes out of your hands, and I guess more concentrated than that.
I like the second option better.
Yeah, it's not the area one. It's the
second
yeah,
option.
it's the second option. So it's a sort of concentrated ray of fire that blasts out, and just as this head and these claws are about to like push Enlil down, and it's about to bite down on her, this ray of fire comes by and blasts the head, and it collapses to the ground with Enlil sort of under it.
Z also sinks down to their knees. I guess I had to use that again.
What? Are you okay, Em? The clearly in bad condition Mr. Sun asks, since we're both in the room.
Slightly better. Things are still a little off for me, though.
Okay. You take as much rest as you want. It looks like Z and Lil took care of it. I'm just gonna close my eyes for a second.
Do I heal that my magic is still gone?
You feel your senses sort of start to come back to you now, and sort of that
Yes.
connection start to come back.
As soon as I hear him say that, I'm going to attempt to do what I did in the last one. I'm going to attempt to heal him with like the little pulse thing I did
Okay.
with my magic.
Can't wait to take a point of harm.
I mean, that's a mixed success, right?
You are jinxed.
Cool.
Deeper.
I can't wait to be murdered in this room.
I am using one of my hold ones.
You give me a
To
give me a
give you
minus
a
one.
-1. It's dropped down to a 6, and you instead, it. I would say, where is he? Use magic. Give myself a slight reminder here. I would say, yeah, the thing that would make the most sense is you accidentally manage to slightly harm Mr. Sun in doing so.
How
Would I
slightly
know?
are we talking?
Would I know that that would happen?
Yes, you stop as soon as you notice it start. You just
Would
just one harm, Mr. Sun.
Okay, cool. So not dead,
Okay.
just like on the
Because I was
door.
like,
Yes.
because I was willing to spend luck if that was gonna kill him. I was because I had a whole monologue prepared about how me spending luck is gonna look. So I was like, I was
Mhm.
prepared for
He lets out a loud cry of suffering as you fucking necrosis wounds or something like that.
Yeah, the fucking
And
the pulse energy I send out is normally like a pinkish purple wave, and it just goes like to gray at the ends. I'm like, ugh.
my wounds open slightly more. The shrapnel in my leg goes a little deeper.
My apologies, Mr. Sun. I'm trying to get this stuff to work again, and it worked
Uh,
last time I had to help.
this is
My
why I
apologies.
don't trust fucking magicians. He's gonna stand up and like flop out of the window so he's in view of other people.
Trust me, Mr. Sun, the lack of trust is mutual.
Um, I would say how Vega is probably sort of on standby where you left her,
The truck.
sort of a few walkways away. Yeah, since it takes a small walk to get over here. So how are you guys getting early back to the truck? How are you guys getting Mr. Sun back to the truck? Excuse me.
I mean, I don't
Without
think
him
I could.
bleeding out?
Yes. Either back to the truck or back to Middle Tower to be treated. Because he is on death's doorstep. He is 6 out of 7 harm right now. And unstable.
If Z actually snaps out of it, Z might actually try to help.
Can't wait to take a point of harm.
Wow. I am very curious to know what Z is capable of doing if Z were snapped out of it.
I mean, I would say so.
No, I am curious to know what Z is able to do if not in a bad state. If you would so kindly answer.
Are you asking as Enlo?
No, asking as player.
This is
Z only currently can only heal probably only like 1 harm.
And it doesn't have a chance to accidentally backfire?
It'd be the same thing that M was trying to do, because it's just use magic.
It might. If it backfires, there's a chance it won't hit them with Z.
No, no more magicians. And Lil, please just. Oh.
I can pick him up and run. Where's
Yeah,
this
if I had failed a
Can
little
I
bit
run
more,
fast?
maybe I would have had something helpful.
Mr. Sun does not use magic. Mr. Sun does not like magic.
So pick him up and run.
I guess so.
Okay.
You could at least like wrap their wound or something.
Which one?
I'm not a doctor.
Endel, you get Mr. Sun in like a princess carry and start to take off. I would consider this fairly under pressure,
Yeah.
as you were trying to get him to the truck where there may be some actual medical supplies.
Yeah.
Act
Time to
under
roll.
pressure. Yep. And you can take the +1 forward from your ability.
Nine.
I don't want to. There's not much I can really include here for a haphazard effect, a mixed success. I will say that is a hit, and you are successful in getting him over there. And Vega is able to very quickly wrap some of the wounds and then immediately take off towards Middle Tower.
Oh, for a second there, I thought an angel was carrying me to the next life.
I told you to outpace the monster.
I did.
I would hit you now if it wouldn't completely kill you.
He actually laughs. Goodness gracious.
Z's in the back. It says,
You know,
maybe
we
I
do
should
need
learn how to
people.
heal people.
Z and M are sort of walking back separately because
Oh, walking?
yeah, Enlil just
didn't realize.
ran like 2 city blocks to, or maybe not quite that far, probably about a block in about like 5 seconds. You just see her take off down the street with Mr. Sun in hand to the car, and they took off immediately to get him back to Middle Tower and
All right.
treated. So
Makes sense.
the two of
I'll
you
rethink it.
are
Makes sense.
walking back.
All right.
So is now a good time for you to tell me about how you actually use magic?
Wait, was that? Who asked that?
I thought
This is
it was.
M and Z talking.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it
Sorry.
was Z one. Yeah.
A long time ago, I did magic all day, every day. How about that?
I mean, yeah, I'm never someone who's going to try to pry further than they want to. As someone who's talked to me before, you know that I work on a very exchange of information thing. So, like, it's like if you don't want to share more details, that's fine. I can respect that. It's just with how you get about me using magic. Sometimes I was just surprised to see you use it. I wasn't aware you could.
That is a sickening twist. I hate it. And I love it.
What do you hate about it?
I was never really given any choice.
I can feel that.
Again, we'll talk more later.
It's fair. But yeah, if it's any consolation, my ability to have magic is not really my choice either. It was forced upon me. I just chose to embrace it enough. As we saw, it has a price.
It does. All right.
Cool. And with that, you guys sort of with the air have a fairly quiet rest of the walk back to Middle Tower to be treated. Candace first sees Enlil and Mr. Sun walk through the door. Enlil still probably carrying Mr. Sun, or carrying Mr. Sun again at this point. And Candace immediately just jumps up from the desk and just screams up for Jackie. And you hear like shuffling around upstairs as Jackie starts to get things ready. And
Which way do I run? Where's the infirmary?
Candace points up the stairs. Go up to Jackie.
You need to panic less. This hurts way less than the time you gave me that beating.
And Mr. Sun is taken to one of the beds.
So if I hit that last box, I would have died, right?
Yes.
Nice.
That's why I was willing. That's why, like, even I knew I had the jinxes, so I was like, I was willing to do it because I was like, you aren't at 6 going to 7 if I fuck up. But
Mm-hmm.
I calculate the risk slightly.
Uh-huh.
Isn't it great? No magic.
That magic sucks.
It does.
I got
And-
you here the same way that we got away from the I forgot the name of the monster again.
The Toby Kadaisi.
The hunter something. Hunter
Winter
Potemkin.
Hunter Martin.
Hunter
Winter-
Martin. Hunter Potemkin.
Potemkin?
The Hunter Martin, yes.
We got you here the same way we got away from it the first time.
Yep.
We just ran really fast.
I can't
Yep.
believe Mr. Sun actually has a guardian angel.
Nice. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm absolutely going to agree with you. The person who's hanging on by a thread that you could easily snap, we definitely ran. 100%. I'm gonna
Wonder if
take
Mr.
a
Sun will
nap.
remember this.
And as the two of you are talking, Jackie also, as after he's done sedating Mr. Sun, and Mr. Sun passes out, Jackie takes Enlil to the side too. It's just like, all right, you next. Lay down.
Ha.
And
Are you expecting something out of me other than a quick agreement and laying down?
I mean, does Enlil just sort of comply?
Yeah, just
Okay.
quick comply.
And Jackie starts treating Enlil as well. Okay. Z and M arrive later, and a very worried Candace greets the two of you and is happy to see that the two of you are in quite a bit better shape than the other two that just walked in the door.
Yeah, we were able to, well, Z and Lil mostly were able to take it down. We There was some damage done because it releases a blast of cold, like ice everywhere, but we were able to secure most of it within the bakery. It was already fairly damaged at that point anyway, but um, so you might want to send people out there because for the body didn't disappear, like it's just still there, right?
Yeah.
Bodies. So
The
we weren't
body
gonna try
doesn't
like.
just evaporate.
Well, it's like the imp was like we had one that we could physically bring back. It's like this is not something we could bring back.
Yeah.
Um, at least how
Uh,
we were. Yeah. So there's the body's still out there, but it should be inside the bakery, trapped partially in ice.
um, Candace nods and as uh, turns to Vega, who is sitting in the lobby, and says, "Would you be willing to do us a favor and go out and uh, collect that body? Um, you can take Allie with you if you need. She should be downstairs. Yeah, that. Yeah, I'm gonna need the help. This thing was pretty fucking big." And they go and grab Ellie, and Ellie sort of slightly excitedly comes up from downstairs and heads out with Vega to go collect the body of the hunter martin.
Ellie, I don't mind going back.
Oh. Oh. Perfect. Yeah, you come with us then. You come with us then, Z. And the three of us can get this thing taken care of then.
Using the truck.
And the three of you head down to collect the body.
Once they all leave, is Candace still, or Candace leave with her?
Candace is still here.
So that person, is that someone that works for you guys, or is that someone that works for? And I kind of gesture, kind of looking up towards like, where Mr. Sun would be, like upstairs.
Mr. Sun primarily, but they are in our care. So Vega and the rest of them listen to us when they need help. So, or when we need help. They are here to assist. They're not on our payroll, but they help out.
Yeah, it's just, he comes in with these files about all of us, and the next hunt he has people that don't work for Middle Tower on knowing a lot about these missions. I just wanted to make sure we knew who we're working with.
They're safe as long as Mr. Sun is safe. As long as he doesn't do anything that is out of the ordinary, I would consider them allies as well, because they work directly under him. They don't, while they slightly take orders from Celestine, to my understanding, they are primarily Mr. Sun's subjects and are loyal to him now as their boss.
Did you say Celestine?
Uh-oh.
Candace opens her eyes and looks up and blinks and doesn't really know what to say, realizing that she has had a slight slip of the tongue.
Well, if it's all the same with you, Candace, I'm gonna go get some stuff for my head. I took a little bit of damage out there,
Don't
and I will walk up.
as you sort of start to turn, Candace, like, just puts her hand forward on the table and says, Don't tell anyone. That information does not get out. Does not go farther than you and me.
I'm someone who can respect secrets. Don't worry.
Candace sighs and slumps back down into her chair. Looks at the clock and realizes that it's getting towards, like, the middle of the night. Just, maybe I should just go to bed for the night.
Yeah, before you say his name.
And Candace pushes her chair back and heads up shortly after M heads up. And I think that just about wraps everything up.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Sun is sedated and Enlil is being treated. The other two are accounted for with post-hunt activities. We good to do the ending thing?
Yeah, and there were two people, like two hunters that were working in the med bay, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so
James and Red, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, James and Red are both working in the medical bay. They are not there at this very moment.
yeah, but it's
But yes, they are working there.
so that means okay. That means okay. So people like they're having only one unstable person should be so far shouldn't be an issue.
Cool.
Can't wait for
Let's-
the inevitable roleplay between Red and the near dead Mr. Sun. Shit.
Let me open the reference sheet real quick, and we can go over end of hunt questions. So, did they conclude the current mystery?
I
Round
believe so.
cheers.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes, they did. Did they save someone from certain death or worse?
Mr. Sun did with the bar, like the pub person getting attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. That's true.
Did we learn something new and important about the world?
I mean,
Hunter Martins from Frostholm are now in Lacrimosa.
Yeah, that is a threat from another area is here.
Yeah,
It's not
that
the
is
first
odd.
one, too.
that's
And
yeah.
it's a
About
different
something from
region.
the Heliosphere.
Yeah.
We have a Frostholm thing and a Heliosphere thing here now. So yeah,
Finally, did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
I did.
Yeah.
I would
Really
say.
What?
Jinxed.
I learned the word Celestine, so I think I did.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to DM you about that, I guess.
Oh no, it's fine. You have slipped up with it before.
It's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
have I?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
you said it. Like that's what I said. I'm like, yeah, I know what it is. Like I know of the name, but I was like, besides that,
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah.
Sun has
Whoops.
slipped up before.
well,
But-
it's also I think you said it during a session, maybe to Red at one point. So I was like, I had heard the name, but it's also like M doesn't know that. Like, but I think you've also slipped up like just when talking about the files at one point. I think you mentioned them.
Whoopsie.
It's
Okay. I know Red and Lil know the company or the organization.
I know of it.
I mean, you know
I
the
know anything
name.
about it.
Yeah.
Wait, I know the name?
I mean, I assumed unless I wanted to die, I told you everything I could without fearing that I myself would be killed upon return.
Well, true.
Is that two experience then for everyone?
Yes, you guys got full marks, so you all get 2 experience. Wonderful hunt, everybody.
I got 6 experience this session. Ugh.
I got 7. I want to cry.
I mean, well, like
You
well,
fucked up a lot of rolls. It wasn't even
Yeah.
stuff that you were bad at either. You
No.
kept rolling 6s for like act under pressure.
I rolled 3 act under pressure 6s.
Yeah,
which
you
means-
almost +2 to that. Like you,
Yeah.
man.
I
Yeah, no,
got
it's-
1 EXP. Woo.
What?
Well,
Well, no, 3 because
Well, you got 2
Well,
there.
3
at the
now.
end.
Well, 3 now,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
just to say.
it's just the thing. Like when this made me deal with the paranoia I was having. It's like, well, if I succeed this roll, I get experience. If I fail the roll, I get experience. So I was
Yeah.
like, and I have another ability that gives me experience. So I was like, well, I get 2 guaranteed every session if those happen.
It is a good thing that Z did not mess up a lot of their rolls, because
Mhm.
if they did, Mr. Sun would probably be dead right now. Because Z stopped 2 blasts, 2 cones from
Mhm.
the Hunter Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, on top of gathering quite a bit of information, so
Yeah.
it's probably for the best that you only got a few XP.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got little experience, but I got the most, and I almost died.
It's true.
But
And
also, like, the thing is, you almost died, and I'm still only 1 experience below you. It's like, that feels unfair.
we have
Yeah,
a little thing here that we get to talk about, where I have specifically listed in the Lacrimosa campaign document that when you are resting, which you are now unstable and forced to rest, I was going to change this number to 5 from 4, because I felt like 4 felt a little unfair. But you only heal... oh, no. I remember why this is 4. You heal 4 harm and become stabilized again, resting. So, you are still not going to be fully healed by the time your next hunt happens. And that is the biggest drawback of almost dying this session.
Yep.
So Z took like 1 harm, but I just healed up.
You're fine. Yes. Everybody else who took harm, you get it back just fine. You guys can all erase that. But Mr. Sun is going to start the next hunt with 2 harm already on him.
You know what? Maybe in my next hunt, I'll spend the entire thing inside of the armored truck. I should be utilizing the armored truck.
Okay. To be fair though, in Mr. Sun's first hunt, he grenade launched himself.
I mean, the alternative
Like-
is melting in a pod.
Oh no, I agree. I'm just saying, like, both times you've been in very close proximity to these monsters when you have a grenade launcher.
Yeah, this one I just rolled bad. I should have not taken damage.
Yeah, obviously.
I have a thing for blowing himself up. Why do you think he has so many scars? Not great at not blowing himself up, apparently.